Committee Secretary. Deboho. Committee Secretary.
Good morning, Joseph.
Yeah, I can see that is way past 9. You may wish to advise the chair to call the meeting to order if there is no any other objection. Otherwise, I can see it is way past 9.
Mr. Manzi, I think we may beg the indulgence of the chair and follow up with the members. I see Mauritius, I see Malawi. There was indication that South Africa is in. I've not been able to see any other members beyond those.
No, also Tanzania is in. I see the vice chair.
Thanks very much, Chair. IT, can we label the names of the members accordingly so that we are able to track the quorum?
Hello? Can you hear me from the?
We can hear you, Secretary General, SG.
Hello? Can you hear me, Mr. Manzi?
Can hear you, SG. We can hear you, SG.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good morning, Chairperson. Dr. Honorable Nani, good morning.
Honorable Chair, can you unmute? Honorable Chair, Honorable Nani, can you unmute? There's a greeting from SG. We seem to have lost the chairperson, SG. I'm also trying to call him. I think he's out of reach. Honorable Chair, are you back? Honorable
Yes, I'm back. Good morning, honorable members, and good morning, colleagues. May I now call the meeting to order? I now invite the committee secretary to present the credentials of delegates and confirm the quorum for the meeting. I now invite our committee secretary. Our committee secretary, you have the floor.
Hello?
Hello, is the committee secretary here with us?
Yes, Honorable Chair, I'm around.
Thank you very much. I have called the meeting to order, and I'm also inviting you as the committee secretary to present the credentials of the delegates and confirm the quorum for the meeting, please.
Okay, Honorable Chair. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have the following honorable members in attendance today. I'm going to call them according to the alphabetical order of their countries. In attendance, we have Angola, represented by Honorable Domingos Musokola. We have Botswana. We have Honorable Paulson Majara from Botswana. We have Honorable Nadine Mangabu Lubia from DRC. We have Honorable Magatra Mutwasili from Lesotho. We have Honorable Lova Erizo Rajorobina from Madagascar. We have Honorable Mary Genevieve Stefani Anquetil from Mauritius. We have Honorable Philippus Katamelo from Namibia. We have Honorable Rocky Rani from Seychelles. We have Honorable Seiso Joel Mohai from South Africa. We have Honorable Hawa Subaria Mwafunga from Tanzania. And lastly, we have Honorable Mutinda Masoka from Zambia. And we have the following apologies. We have received an apology from Honorable Carlos Manuel from Mozambique. We also have apologies from Eswatini, whereby they are yet to constitute the committee. They are yet to designate members to the SADC PF. We also have apologies from Zimbabwe. They are also yet to designate members to the SADC PF. Thank you, Honorable Chair. And with these words, I wish to confirm that we have the quorum, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable members.
Excusez-moi.
The draft agenda. Yes, you have the floor. Honorable.
Excusez-moi. Oui. Vous avez oublié que Madagascar est représenté ici.
Yes, Honorable.
Oui. Honorable Docteur Radzobel Louvayerzou de Madagascar. Merci.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Our secretary, have you taken note of that?
The name again, Honorable, the name again, please.
Oui.
What's the name again?
C'est Docteur Radzobel Louvayerzou, membre de la commission permanente FANR venant de Madagascar.
Thank you. I've taken note of that, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, the draft agenda for the meeting was circulated to all members.
So,
Are there any proposals to
Sorry.
amend? I believe one of members will receive the agendas.
sorry, Honorable
in
Chair.
our- Yes.
Sorry, Honorable Chair, before the members consider the agenda. Earlier on, I think when we had lost you, the Secretary General, the SG, I think was drawing, calling for your attention. Maybe she had a word
Okay.
which she wanted to say. Perhaps for you, if you and just maybe if she can be allowed to say a word if she had a word, because we had
No,
lost.
thank you very much.
Sure.
No, thank you very much. Madam Secretary General, would invite you to intervene, please. You have the floor.
It is sorted, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much. I just needed to apologize for the late start at that point and indicate that it was due to connectivity issues of several members. However, this has since been dispensed with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam SG. Honorable members, the draft agenda for the meeting was circulated to all members. Are there any proposals to amend the draft agenda? And I think the draft agenda is also being on our screens, on our members. Silence means, do we have, who moves the adoption for the agenda on our members?
I move the adoption.
Our secretary, have you taken note of the member that is moving for the adoption?
Honorable Chair, excuse me a minute. There's
Yes.
something I just wanted to get it
Yes,
right.
please, you have the floor.
May we have the name of the mover?
Okay. Honorable member, who moved who is moving for the adoption of the of
The
agenda? Introduce the name with the name as well. All right. Our secretary, have you taken note of that?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Do we have another member to second the proposal? Another honorable member to second the adoption of the draft agenda?
Yeah, I joined late,
Oui.
but I can second my brother from my neighbor, Botswana.
Oui, Madagascar aussi a proposé.
Hello.
Hello, yeah, secretary.
Noted, Honorable Chair. Madagascar has seconded the proposal.
I think we've got, thank you very much. The opening
Merci.
remark. Thank you very much, honorable members. It is my singular honor to welcome you all to our statutory meeting, where we will prepare ourselves for the upcoming public hearing scheduled.
Honorable Chair.
Yes, yes, Secretary.
Yes, I've been advised that Seychelles will join a bit later. DRC will join soon.
Okay.
Honorable Musokola is a little bit late, for, Honorable Musokola from Angola. So, but they are still coming to join us, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
No, thank you very much. I'm sure they shall find us along the way. Members of the SADC PF stand. Hello, honourable members, am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you, Chair.
Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
honorable, Chair.
No, thank you very much. Honourable members of the SADC PF Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources, parliamentarians from the SADC National Parliaments, Her Excellency Ms. Boring Segoma, SADC PF, Secretary General, SADC Secretariat representatives, SADC citizens from across the region, representatives of the SADC Youth Forum, Southern African Trust and All Youth Organization, representatives of civil society organization and partners, SADC PF Secretariat staff, and staff of the SADC National Parliament, representatives of the media organizations, distinguished participants. It is my singular honor to welcome you all to our statutory meeting, where we will prepare ourselves for the upcoming public hearings scheduled to commence at 11 a.m. Central African, according to our Central African time. Honourable members, before I go any further, I wish to thank you from the bottom of my heart for sacrificing your precious time today to be part of this August exercise. Her Excellency Ms. Boring Segoma, SADC PF Secretary General, I sincerely thank you and your team for making today's session a success. I say cheers to you, your efforts and your dedication to serving SADC PF cannot go unnoticed, especially during this critical time when we are all working hard to ensure that SADC PF becomes a fully fledged regional parliament. Honorable members, allow me to remind you of our constitutional mandate as parliamentarians. We have mandate to represent people and to make laws that are intended to make the lives of our people simpler and better. At the regional level, let us bear in mind that we are now representing the interest of the people of the Southern African, not our individual countries. And we also have an obligation to be parliaments. Members, let me remind you that after our statutory meeting, we shall receive submissions from different stakeholders on issues of climate change and its impact in our lives. In these submissions, there will be problem statements and suggested solutions. It is therefore incumbent upon us to formulate policies and model laws aimed at addressing those challenges. It is high time that all our deliberations and inputs are translated into action plans. We do not want these sessions to be talk shows without any concrete outcomes. At this juncture, allow me, honourable members, to reiterate that you know as well as I do that Southern Africa is beset with natural disasters, particularly floods and ravaging cyclones that have left thousands of people displaced while others lost their lives. With these floods in the picture, Southern Africa is now faced with food insecurity, whereby people can no longer farm due to flooding areas, soil erosions, unfavorable weather for the plants, and many more problems. At the moment, as a region, we have a task to come up with strategies to enhance our preparedness and responses to address the growing threat of climate change-induced droughts and flooding on food security and nutrition. In light of the recent tropical cyclones, we need drastic measures to enhance resilience in communities in terms of infrastructure and protecting human life and livelihood, and craft strategies that can be employed to secure sustainable climate financing for adoption and mitigation efforts. Without going any further, I wish to invite you, members of the Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources, to engage fully in the coming public hearings. I have no doubt that the submissions that will be made by various experts will not only be enlightening, but also serve as food for thought for all of us. I wish to conclude my remarks by once again thanking you, members, and the SADC PF Secretariat for your time, and wish you fruitful deliberations when we commence the public hearings. It is now my singular honor to declare the meeting officially opened. Thank you all. Honorable members, having made the welcoming remarks, we shall now consider the minutes to confirm if they are an accurate record of the meeting. We will consider the minutes item by item to accommodate any variations in pages across the languages. I now invite members to make corrections item by item, and I would also ask the secretary to take us through the minutes. Our secretary, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. As you can see, I have already shared the screen, the minutes on the screen. The first item is the attendance list. When you look at the attendance list, you can see that in the previous meeting, which was held on the 9th of May 2023 at Radisson Blue OR Tambo Airport Hotel, Johannesburg in South Africa, we had 14 members in attendance, as you can see reflected on the screen. We also had apologies from Honorable Paulson Majara from Botswana. Lesotho also had not designated any member to the SADC PF during that time. So there were 2 apologies. And then when we go down a bit, we see those who were in attendance, the SADC PF Secretariat. You can see there they are on the screen, honorable members. We also had the resource persons as portrayed there on the screen. There they are, you can see. The meeting was called to order at 1500 hours. And credentials of delegates and apologies. As 13 out of 15 members were present, the quorum for the meeting was duly constituted and the meeting could proceed. Now, item number 2, adoption of the agenda. on a proposal by Honorable Mutinda Simazoka, MP Zambia, and seconded by Honorable Rocky Urani, MP Seychelles. The agenda was adopted without amendments as set out below. Item number 1 was credentials of delegates and apologies. Item number 2, we had adoption of the agenda. Item number 3, welcome remarks. Item number 4, consideration and approval of the minutes of the previous virtual meeting held on 26 November 2022. Item number 5, consideration of matters arising from the minutes of the previous meeting. Number 6, consideration of the report on the working visit to the Republic of Venezuela from 29th March to the 4th April 2023. Item number 7, we had a presentation and discussion on strengthening social accountability and oversight in health and agriculture in the Southern Region, 2016 to 2024, project and the situation of hunger and food insecurity in the SADC region, challenges fueling food insecurity, major international goals and African agenda, investments and performance of Malabo commitments, environment that can attract the youth to invest in agriculture. Item number 8, committee's observations and recommendations to inform resolutions to the 53rd plenary assembly session. And then item number 9, we had any other business. From there, honorable members, we move on to item number 3, which is welcome remarks by the chairperson. In his opening remarks, the chairperson informed the committee members that the meeting was taking place at a time when some of the countries in the SADC region had just experienced the devastating impact of Cyclone Freddy that affected Malawi, Madagascar, and Mozambique. The chairperson extended condolences to the families which lost loved ones due to the cyclone. He noted and informed the members about the devastating effects of climate change, such as water stress, food and livelihood insecurity, displacement and migration, deteriorating access to productive assets, such as water and arable land, and conflict over scarce resources. The chairperson further informed the committee that Cyclone Freddy also affected the agriculture sector, which was critical to the SADC region's development, as about 70% of Southern Africa's population depended on it for livelihood opportunities in terms of both employment and income. He gave an example of Malawi, where over 2 million farmers had lost their crops and livestock, and 179,000 hectares of crop fields had been destroyed, whilst in the neighboring country, Mozambique, a total of 391,000 hectares of land had been affected. He then indicated that additional investment in agriculture was necessary in order to reduce climate change consequences and support recoveries in an effort to progress towards the achievement of the Malabo commitments and the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. The chairperson also reflected on the important roles that parliaments should play in the promotion of enhanced national security and direct investment in agriculture, including those relating to legislation, oversight, representation, and budgeting. In conclusion, the chairperson thanked the SADC PF Secretariat for the technical support that had made the meeting possible. Honorable members, shall we now move to item number 4, consideration and adoption of the minutes of the previous virtual meeting held on 26 November 2022. On a proposal by Honorable Philippus Wido Katamelo, MP, Namibia, and seconded by HRH Senator Princess Pumelele Dlamini, MP, Eswatini, the minutes of the previous meeting were adopted with the following amendments. Number 1, on the list of members present at the meeting held on 26 November, South Africa appeared twice and a correction was made to that effect. Number 2, the member from Tanzania was indicated as chairperson instead of vice chairperson, and a correction was made to rectify the appellation. Honorable members, shall we proceed to item number 5? Matters arising from the virtual meeting of the Standing Committee on FANR held on 26 November 2022. There were no matters arising from the previous meeting. Item number 6, consideration of the report on the working visit to the Republic of Venezuela from 29th March to 4th April 2023. On a proposal by Honorable Seiso Joel Mohai, MP, South Africa, and seconded by Honorable Carlos Manuel, MP, Mozambique, the report was adopted without amendments. The full report is attached at Appendix IQ. Number 7, item number 7, honorable members, summary of presentations. The committee received one presentation intended to introduce the members to a project called Strengthening Social Accountability and Oversight in Health and Agriculture in the Southern Region, 2016 to 2024, being implemented by Partnership for Social Accountability Alliance, PSA. The committee received another presentation on the situation of hunger and food security insecurity in the SADC region, challenges fueling food insecurity, major international goals and the African agenda, investments and performance of Malabo commitments. The presentation also covered the creation of an environment that could attract the youth to invest in agriculture. A summary of the presentations is outlined below. Honorable members, let us now move to item number 7.1, which is introduction to the strengthening social accountability and oversight in health and agriculture in the Southern Region, 2016 to 2024 project. The first presentation was delivered by Ms. Julie Middleton, Consortium Project Manager, Partnership for Social Accountability, PSA at Action 8. Ms. Middleton introduced a project called Strengthening Social Accountability and Oversight in Health and Agriculture in the Southern Africa region, 2016 to 2024. That was being implemented by the Partnership for Social Accountability, PSA Alliance. In her presentation, the presenter informed the committee that the project's goal was to improve accountability and gender responsiveness in public resource management, particularly in the areas of HIV, sexual and reproductive services for adolescents and young people, and agricultural services for smallholder farmers, contributing to the realization of selected SADC regional commitments across 5 countries, namely Malawi, Mozambique, Tanzania, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. The presenter further informed the committee that the project focused on 2 thematic areas, these being food security and sexual reproductive health and rights, as SRHR. In addition, the committee was informed that the project related to the following axes of intervention: capacity building, learning, action and advocacy targeting parliaments, district councils, smallholder farmers organizations, government departments, the traditional leaders, civil society organizations, and media. The presenter explained that the PSA Alliance intervention with parliaments on public resource management strengthened the ability of members of parliament to conduct analysis and resulted in increased advocacy by parliaments for social accountability in public resource management. In concluding her presentation, the presenter highlighted the initiatives that the organization had conducted jointly with SADC-PF, such as supporting standing committees on regional oversight visits, exchange visits for learning purposes, supporting the drafting of the model law on public financial management, amongst others. Honorable members, may I now proceed to item 7.2, which is presentations on the situation of hunger and food insecurity in the SADC region, challenges fueling food insecurity, major international goals and Africa agenda, investments and performance of Malabo commitments, environment that can attract the youth to invest in agriculture. The second presentation was delivered by Mr. Joseph Mzinga, Regional Coordinator, Eastern and Southern Africa Small Scale Farmers Forum, and covered the following areas: the importance of agriculture in the SADC region, the situation of hunger in SADC 2022 to 2023, SADC policy commitments on agriculture and food security, SADC performance as per Malabo Biennial Review Report 2021, and recommendations to SADC parliamentarians. On the importance of agriculture, Mr. Joseph Mzinga informed the committee that according to a study conducted by the Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, of the United Nations, the agriculture sector could alleviate poverty 11 times more than any other sectors, including oil, gas, and mining services. Therefore, the agriculture sector influenced economic growth in the region and could help millions of people to alleviate poverty. On the situation of hunger, the presenter informed the committee that 70% of people in SADC relied on agriculture, which constituted above 20% of the SADC region's GDP. However, from 2019 to 2020, there was a decline in funding for agriculture, and in the period 1st April 2022 to 31st March 2023, 55.7 million people were food insecure. He further informed the committee that the region had more than 18.7 million stunted children and that there was a general increase in the cost of living, including significant hikes in the prices of major staple foods. He then highlighted some of the challenges that affected agriculture in 2021 as climate change, COVID-19, conflicts in the DRC and Mozambique, and the conflict in Europe. Regarding food insecurity projections, the presenter informed the committee that 41 million people in 10 countries were likely to face hunger in 2023. The countries included DRC, Malawi, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Madagascar, Zambia, Angola, Tanzania, Namibia, and Eswatini. With regard to the commitments on agriculture and food security at UN, AU, and SADC levels, the presenter informed the committee that the following were the commitments that members were supposed to fulfill in the quest to promote agriculture. 1. Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs number 1 and 2, on ending poverty and hunger, respectively. Number 2, the African Agenda 2063, Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program, CAADP 2025. Number 3, the 7 Malabo commitments. Regarding SADC performance as per Malabo Biennial Review Report, the presenter informed the committee that in 2017, out of 15 countries, only 8 countries were on track to achieve the Malabo commitments. And these were Mauritius, Malawi, Botswana, Mozambique, Namibia, South Africa, Seychelles, and Eswatini. 7 countries that were off target were Lesotho, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Madagascar, Tanzania, Angola, and DRC. The committee was informed that progress on the implementation of the Malabo commitments had been slow. In 2019, no SADC country was on track to achieve the Malabo commitments. In 2021, no SADC country was yet on track to achieve the Malabo commitments. The presenter then outlined the regional agriculture and food security commitments or policies, which included the SADC Vision 2050, Regional Agriculture Policy, SADC Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan, RISDP 2020 to 2030, SADC Food and Nutrition Strategy, and Dar es Salaam Declaration on Agriculture and Food Security in the SADC region. Regarding the use of clean energy, the presenter informed the committee that the use of clean energy was critical in the SADC region, as using charcoal and firewood destroyed forestry, which was a source of both food and financing. In addition, the committee was also informed that the use of charcoal and firewood fueled gender-based discrimination, since more women than men were involved in the collection of the same. In view of this, the committee noted the need for SADC parliamentarians to encourage SADC citizens, especially those in rural areas, to use clean energy such as solar and gas. The committee also noted that some countries in the SADC region, such as Tanzania, had gas reserves that could be used to support other countries in the region. The committee noted that fertilizers were increasingly out of reach due to high costs, and that it was necessary to seek cheaper alternatives. In addition, farmers in the SADC region should be encouraged to use inorganic fertilizers, as organic fertilizers did not work in all the soils. The committee was informed that some farmers in some SADC countries used organic fertilizers and ended up with low yields. In concluding the presentation, the presenter made the following recommendations to the committee. Number one, member states should increase public expenditure on agriculture and also increase farmers' access to agriculture inputs and technologies. Number two, member states should also enhance investment in resilience building. Number three, member states should invest in post-harvest storage technology to limit post-harvest loss. Item number four, SADC member states must strengthen agricultural data collection and management systems to ensure that all Malabo declaration goals and targets were reported on in the future. Honorable members, at this juncture, shall we now move on to item number 8, which is committee's observations and recommendations. 8.1, recommendations arising from the working visit to the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Pursuant to the working visit, the committee, noting that the program for the working visit was well prepared and coordinated by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of that country through its mission in Windhoek, Namibia. Highly appreciative of the insightful engagements and interactions arranged with different stakeholders, including the Standing Committee on Energy and Petroleum of the National Assembly of Venezuela during the working visit to Venezuela. Recalling the need for enhanced South-to-South cooperation on matters of common interest. Cognizant of wealth experience that Venezuela had with over 100 years of work in the mining and oil sectors. In light of the above, the committee therefore resolved to recommend that the 53rd Plenary Assembly should call upon SADC member states to institute deliberate measures such as joint commissions to engage with Venezuela in the political, social, and economic spheres. Implore SADC member states to cultivate closer collaboration with Venezuela, especially in the mining and oil sectors, in order for SADC member states to benefit from that country's immense experience and expertise. Encourage SADC member states to take advantage of the opportunity to expose their various technocrats to the planning processes that have underpinned the successful economic diversification of Venezuela. Further, implore SADC member states to explore and take advantage of the possibility of exposing young SADC citizens to technical training in Venezuela through various technical and vocational programs. Urge SADC national parliaments to establish friendship associations to facilitate interaction among the parliamentarians of the SADC region and those of Venezuela. Place on record its gratitude to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela in Namibia for its continuing collaboration with the SADC Parliamentary Forum, which culminated into this working visit. Honorable members, we now move to item 8.2, which is recommendations on the presentations. Following the presentations and its deliberations on the theme of the meeting, the committee recognized that climate change was worsening the already critical hunger and poverty situation in the SADC region. Noted that the information provided through this engagement was very useful and empowering to members of parliament, and that it was important that the information should cascade to all other members of their respective SADC national parliaments. Aware that the agriculture sector contributes to rural development and creation of job opportunities, especially for young people, women, and other vulnerable social groups. Noting, therefore, that investment in the sector and in food systems is critical to supporting economic growth and reducing poverty and food insecurity. Convinced that SADC parliaments can play an important role in ensuring that an increase in their national budget allocations to the agriculture sector, so that the 10% Malabo commitment can be progressively attained. Now, therefore, the Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources resolved to recommend to the 53rd Plenary Assembly session to call on SADC members of parliaments to demonstrate willingness to deal with food insecurity, hunger issues by making progress towards allocation of 10% of their discretionary budget to the agriculture sector in order to fulfill the Malabo commitments. Encourage member states to ensure that SADC citizens, especially those in rural areas, access and use clean energy such as gas and solar, and to eliminate unsustainable sources of energy such as charcoal and firewood, which indiscriminately destroys forests while the latter constitute a safe source for food. Prompt member states to prefer the use of clean energy, as sources of energy such as charcoal and firewood are often associated with gender discrimination through collection and distribution streams. Urge member states to seek alternative and affordable sources of fertilizers which small-scale farmers can access, thereby improving crop yields. Encourage SADC member states to speed up transformation of the SADC parliament with clear model law making functions. Urge SADC parliaments to develop national and regional joint agriculture review, JSAR platforms. Urge SADC member states to leverage on and actualize the potential job creation from the agriculture sector by investing in the sector, as it is critical to supporting economic growth and reducing poverty and food insecurity. Call on SADC member states to adopt a gender-based right to food and nutrition framework in all future reviews of policies and strategies. Further, call on SADC member states to ensure that GDP generated from the agriculture sector is utilized innovatively to reduce the debt ceiling and the overall borrowing of government. There being no further business, the meeting was adjourned at 17:30 hours. Thank you very much, Honorable Member, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, the committee clerk. Honorable members, we have just gone through the minutes. Do we have any members or do we have any observations? Do we have any proposals to change anything that shows on record that is not accurate? Silence means golden. Do we have any members to adopt to propose an adoption for the minutes? Honorable members? Any hand for adoption of the minutes, honorable members?
May I?
Yes, please, come in.
Yes, okay. We adopt the minutes.
All right. Please mention your name and your country, please. The committee secretary, have you taken note of the country?
It looks like it is Namibia, Honorable Philippus Katamelo, if I'm right.
Sorry?
No. I think it's not Honorable Katamelo. I think it should be our colleague from Seychelles.
It's the colleague from Seychelles.
Seychelles.
Yeah, from the Seychelles.
My mic
Honorable
is,
Katamelo, I think Seconda.
yeah.
Yes.
Any honorable member to second, I think it's Honorable Katamelo from Namibia.
Yes, I do second, Honorable Chair.
Mhm. Noted, Honorable
Thank you very
Chair.
much, Honorable. Yeah, check it through. Committee Secretary,
Honorable Chairperson.
have you taken note of those two? We've got a proposal from Seychelles
And seconder from Namibia.
and a seconder from Namibia.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Hello. Our clerk.
Honorable Chair.
Yes, you have taken note of that, yeah?
Yes, I've taken note of the second and the proposer, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Honorable members, are there any any matters arising from the minutes? Oh, sorry, not minutes. Are there any matters arising from the minutes? Which I think that has been done. And also we have got the proposal, the seconder. Do we have any matters arising? Honorable members? Silence, Ms. Gordon. Honorable members, we have come to conclude the first part of our business. We will take a break and convene at 11 a.m. Central African time when the public hearing will commence.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honorable members, I'll just urge you, at least we be on time, because our time.
Excusez-moi.
Thank you, Honorable
Now
Chair.
from the
Noted.
Malawian time is it is 10:05. So at least if we can make it that at least by 10:55, we should all be online
Excusez-moi, est-ce que je peux
and
parler?
getting set and ready for the public hearing. I see a hand from Madagascar. Madagascar, you have the floor.
Oui, je présente toutes mes excuses pour l'après-midi passé.
Just a
Nous
minute on
sommes
Madagascar.
maintenant,
Just a minute, Madagascar. Our clerk, our IT staff, can
Oui,
you
oui.
please help us with translation? The IT team, please help us with translation. Go ahead, Madagascar. You have the floor.
Oui, merci beaucoup pour la parole. C'est juste pour présenter toutes mes excuses pour la suite de la réunion parce que nous sommes maintenant en session ordinaire ici à l'Assemblée nationale de Madagascar et nous aurons une conférence de présidence cet après-midi. Et comme je suis le président de la commission publique,
excuse
je
me,
ne peux
just a
pas
minute,
suivre votre
Madagascar.
réunion. Oui.
Sorry, just a minute. Honorable member from Madagascar, my apologies. The IT team, can you please help us with translation in English, please? From my end, I cannot hear. I'm only hearing French. The IT team, can you please give us a nod once you have clarified the issue to do with the translation? I hope the IT team could hear. I hope the IT team is hearing me. The IT team, are you able to hear me, please?
ICT,
The ICT team, can you please help us with translation in English?
you're talking about interpreter for the French channel, right?
Yes, interpretation from the French to English. I don't know, or maybe it's just my end. Kurasha, are you able to hear the interpretation in English from your?
There's nothing here that you can hear in English, Honorable Chair.
We cannot hear in English.
Ok, merci. Merci beaucoup pour la parole. Oui, 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 je vous entends. Merci beaucoup. D'accord, ok. Je vous entends.
Honorable Chair, it may help for the honorable members to check if they've selected under interpretation the right channel.
Okay.
That way we may be able to be sure whether it's a cross line or indeed they're not getting. So for honorable members who require to communicate through English, they must select English. If you go to the interpretation icon, those willing to communicate in French, Portuguese, you select that language and mute original audio. That way we'll be able to resolve the matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Yes. Yes, now I can hear you. Honorable members, are you able to hear the interpreter who is interpreting in English?
Yeah, now we can hear the interpreter.
Yeah, now we can hear. Yes. No, thank you. I give the floor to Madagascar. Honorable member from Madagascar, you have the floor.
Oui, merci
Please,
pour la
you start
parole.
from the beginning.
C'est juste pour présenter toutes mes excuses parce que peut-être que je ne peux pas continuer la réunion après la pause parce que nous sommes maintenant en session ordinaire et en tant que président de la commission santé publique ici à notre Assemblée nationale, nous aurons encore une obligation à partir du midi pour la conférence des présidents. C'est pour cela que je ne peux pas poursuivre notre réunion. Merci.
Thank you very much, Madagascar, and that has been taken note, and we really thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable members, do you have other interventions?
Merci beaucoup.
So we are going to take about a 40 minutes break, and then we shall resume at 10:55.
Where do you go for tea, Honorable Chair?
That's a good one.
The recording has stopped.
We are back, Honorable Chair.
This meeting is being recorded.
I will call upon the committee secretary to take us through the announcements and housekeeping issues. The committee secretary, may you please take us through the announcements and housekeeping issues? Is our committee secretary online?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Can you please take us through the announcements and
Yes,
housekeeping
Honorable
issues?
Chair.
Thank you very much.
Aye. Honorable Chair,
Yes.
can I proceed?
Yes, please. Yes, please
Honorable
proceed.
Chair.
Yes, please proceed.
Honorable Chairperson of the SADC PF Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources, Honorable Ishmael Ndaila Onani, members of the SADC PF Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources, parliamentarians from SADC national parliaments, Her Excellency Ms. Boemo Sokhoma, SADC PF Secretary General, SADC citizens from across the region, representatives of civil society organizations, representatives from partner organizations, SADC PF Secretariat staff, and staff of SADC national parliaments, distinguished participants. I have the honor to welcome you to this public hearing session by the SADC PF Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources, which is being held virtually on Zoom platform. I wish to make the following housekeeping announcements. All participants are requested to keep their microphones on mute unless given the floor to speak by the moderator. This meeting is available in the 3 official languages of SADC PF, namely English, French, and Portuguese. On the Zoom interpretation icon, please select your preferred language and click Mute Original Audio. This meeting is being recorded as part of the journals of the Standing Committee in line with the rules of procedure. Anyone who wishes to speak is requested to click the raise hand icon. Please use the chat box. For those participants on video, make sure your camera is properly set as the meeting is being live streamed. All participants are requested to write their names in full. Those that are representing organizations should write the names of their organizations, and those attending in their individual capacity should write their names and their country. I now invite the moderator for the meeting to take over the moderation of the meeting.
Thank you, Committee Secretary. Honorable Chairperson, the protocol observed. It is utmost pleasure and honor to serve you as moderator during the public hearing proceedings for the Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources Committee. My hearty appreciation goes to citizens for honoring the invitation by SADC PF to make written submissions and to attend the public hearing sessions. At this moment, I would like to invite the chairperson of the FARN committee, Honorable Ishmael Ndaila Onan, to address the audience and introduce the committee members to our esteemed citizens. You are welcome.
Thank you very much, moderator. And I'm deeply honored in my capacity as the chairperson to extend a warm welcome to SADC citizens on this very important occasion of the 2023 public hearing session for the Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources. Before I deliver my remarks, I would like to invite the committee members to introduce themselves to the citizens. Honored members, you can put up your hand and then you'll be recognized to introduce yourself to the SADC citizens. It will be self-introductory. Thank you. Our committee clerk, may you please assist us on that one? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. We have the following honorable members who are with us today. Honorable Domingos Musokola, Angola. Honorable Paulson Majar, Botswana. Honorable Nadine Mangabu Luadea, DRC. Honorable Makatlo Motswasili, Lesotho. Honorable Lova Herizo Rajaobelina, Madagascar. Honorable Mary Genevieve Stefani Ankwetil, Mauritius. Honorable Philippus Katamelo, Namibia. Honorable Rocky Urani, Seychelles. Honorable Seiso Joel Muhai, South Africa. Honorable Hawa Subira Mwafunga, Tanzania. And lastly, Honorable Mutinta Mazoka, Zambia. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, our committee clerk. Allow me now to deliver my brief remarks as we start our session.
Yeah, hello.
Members of the SADC PF Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resources, parliamentarians from the SADC National Parliament, Her Excellency Ms. Boeing Segoma, SADC PF Secretary General, SADC Secretariat representatives, SADC citizens from across the region, representatives of SADC Youth Forum, Southern African Trust, and all youth organizations, representatives of the civil society organizations and partners, SADC PF secretary staff, and staff of SADC National Parliament, representatives of the media organizations, distinguished participants. Once again, I wish to welcome you to the second part of the meeting, which is now the public hearing. First and foremost, I wish to extend my sincere thanks to you, honorable members, and all the organizations and individuals who have made submissions to our committee. We will shortly commence our program of receiving the submissions. Honorable members and distinguished participants, you may wish to know that in accordance with SADC PF policy, public hearing sessions have become a regular feature of the standing committees. This is a deliberate setup taken by the forum to promote active engagements between parliamentarians as decision makers and elected representatives and citizens and stakeholders on regional issues. We had our inaugural public hearing session in November 2022, and since then, it has become the forum's policy that every second session of the statutory committee meetings will be dedicated to public hearings. Let me therefore encourage to actively participate in this hearing whenever they have been organized. Honorable members and distinguished participants, allow me to share my thoughts about the issues of climate change, which has recently posed a challenge in our societies. Climate change has drastically affected our agrarian livelihoods as Africans. Worst of all, this problem cuts across all human beings, being it men, women, and the youth indiscriminately. I also wish to underscore what was pointed out by our regional parliamentary women's caucus when they indicated that women are the primary producers of agriculture products in some African countries, but their livelihoods has been seriously affected by the current climate change consequences. The production is poor. Therefore, parliaments must assume a more robust role in responding to climate-related crises and ensuring prompt and coordinated actions to provide relief and to prevent the disruption of clean water supply and sanitation in communities, especially to cyclones, to curb the spread of waterborne diseases. Honorable members, let me also remind you that Africa is endowed with natural resources, but our people continue living in poverty because they do not enjoy the benefits derived from the sale of these resources, but the Europeans. It is high time that we invest in business and come up with statutes that protect our natural resources. These resources are not renewable. Once they are gone, they are gone. What about future generations? They will surely suffer the consequences of our actions today. Honorable members, let me urge you to engage fully with stakeholders as we receive the submissions. With these few remarks, it is now my singular honor to declare this public hearing officially opened. Thank you all. I now hand over back to the moderator.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for your open remarks, which have set the tone for our public hearing session. Before we start the presentations, may I invite Mr. Duncan Samikwa, Senior Program Officer, and Dr. Justify Shava, Head of PSGRC at the SADC Secretariat for the sector update. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable members, like the moderator said, my name is Duncan Samikwa. I'm the Senior Program Officer for Food Security and Agriculture in SADC Secretariat. I'm here with my colleague, Dr. Justify Shava, who is the head of the SADC Plant Genetic Resource Center, which is based in Lusaka, Zambia. Between us, we're going to share a presentation, we're going to share the Secretariat's thoughts on the questions that were raised to us. So I'll ask my colleague Justify to start, then I'll come at the end. With your permission, Chair. Justify, please.
Thank you very much, Duncan. My name is Justify Shava.
You're frozen, Justify.
And all protocol observed. This is how my presentation is structured. It's essentially just an outline of the directorate, and we are also going to attend to some questions that have been posed to us by the different stakeholders. The Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources Directorate's function is to coordinate, facilitate the development, promotion, and harmonization of policies and programs that are aimed at increasing agricultural and natural resources production and productivity, and ensuring food security and sustainable economic development, promotion of biodiversity, and the development and facilitation of harmonized and sound environmental management policies, including through tourism. The FANR is the directorate, and the program is called, in short, its mandate is in line with the RISDP 2020-2030 for the SADC region. And within that RISDP, we are guided by mainly 4 pillars. We have found our work touches on 4 main pillars. The foundation pillar, where we look at issues of security, especially security that is linked to agriculture and wildlife. We also come to pillar 1, where we also look at the general infrastructure that is aimed at ensuring that there is increased productivity. We also found in pillar 3 that looks at issues to do with the environment and climate change, and other cross-cutting issues, issues of gender, issues of youth development, and so on and so forth. This is how the directorate is structured. We have a director who reports to the Deputy Executive Secretary responsible for regional integration. And below the director, we have 5 programs. There's a program that looks at natural resources and wildlife, another program that looks at environment and climate change, a program that also sees issues to do with tourism, a program looking at food security and agriculture, as well as a program that touches on conservation and the utilization of plant genetic resources for sustainable development. All these programs are headed by a senior program officer. The SADC Plant Genetic Resources program is located in Zambia, while the other programs are mainly located or coordinated rather from the SADC Secretariat headquarters in the Republic of Botswana. I'm going now to take you through the different programs and what they do. I will start with the food security and agriculture program, whose main activities are centered on ensuring that we have agricultural information management systems for the whole region. We also look at crop development programs that include plant pests and disease control and management, and also the coordination of the availability of inputs such as seeds, fertilizers, irrigation equipment, and other mechanization equipment that support the development of agriculture in the SADC region. We look at livestock development programs, including transboundary animal diseases and pests. We also look at animal genetic resources conservation and ensuring that those animal genetic resources are available to support the different agricultural programs anchoring our region. There are also issues like regional vulnerability analysis and assessment, where we try to understand the situation on the ground among the citizens of SADC when it comes to issues of availability of food at different times of the year. The Environment and Climate Change Program. This program focuses mainly on the implementation of the Protocol on Environment for Sustainable Development. There are a number of strategies on biodiversity management that have been developed in the region, and the coordination of those strategies is done through this function. There are also programs such as the Green Circular and the Blue Economy, the Great Green Wall Initiative. I think a number of participants here will recall that there are a number of projects that are going on under the Great Green Wall Initiative in the region. We also look at drought risk management and mitigation strategy and the Marine Pollution Action Plan. Under the Natural Resource Management Program, we implement the fisheries, forest and wildlife, and law enforcement protocols, and the fisheries and aquaculture program. There are also programs to do sustainable forest management and conservation, and the Trans-Frontier Conservation Areas program. A number of programs actually are being implemented jointly by the member states through the coordination of the Secretariat. We ensure also that we come up with initiatives that we promote in the region to ensure wildlife security under the law enforcement and anti-poaching programs. In tourism, we coordinate the implementation of the protocol on tourism development and also the tourism program 2020-2030 that has been approved, as well as the operationalization of the SADC tourism private sector business platform that was formerly called RETOSA. The SADC Secretariat also has the SADC Plant Genetic Resources Center, which is a center of excellence that is managed by the FANR, but based in Lusaka in Zambia. It was established in 1989, and its mandate is to mobilize, conserve, and make available plant genetic resources using appropriate technologies and standards, and therefore contributing to sustainable development, environment, and food security for the well-being of the people of the SADC region. This program is actually coordinated by members from the member states of the SADC. And these members are the ones that provide the guidance on how the center is managed and ensure that there is available plant genetic resources for use in our agricultural research and variety development programs, especially to fight issues that are linked to climate change. Under the SPGRC program, there are a number of issues. There is a in situ conservation program that coordinates the collection of plant genetic resources from the communities, because there is an observation that plant genetic resources are getting lost due to various reasons in the communities. There is the exit conservation program that ensures that collected plant genetic resources are preserved at member states level, at regional level, and there's also another duplication layer at global level, at the Svalbard Global Seed Vault in the North Pole. All these are risk mitigation strategies to ensure that in case of disasters in the region, we have a sound starting point going forward. There is also a program that looks at the documentation and publicity of issues to do with the conservation of plant genetic resources and their utilization under the same Center of Excellence. Honorable members, the SADC Secretariat operates through a number of other programs that we normally call key result areas. So in summary, we can say that this Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resources Directorate has 7 key result areas, 7 plus 1 key result area that is based in Lusaka, Zambia. And these are given here in summary: production, productivity, and the competitiveness of crops, livestock, forestry, fisheries, and wildlife to support trade, industry, and food security in the region. Market access for agricultural products, looking at crops, livestock, and natural resources, social and economic vulnerability in the context of food and nutrition security, sustainable management of natural resources, looking at fisheries, forest, and wildlife in the region, sustainable management of environment for socio-economic development in the region, promoting the region as a single tourism destination, strengthening institutional frameworks and capacity building, and conservation utilization of plant and animal genetic resources to improve agricultural production and the maintenance of species diversity for present and future generations. So these are the key result areas that the Food and Agriculture Natural Resources Program usually implement whatever activities that they do in the member states guided by. The Food and Agriculture Natural Resources Directorate also works through subsidiary organizations. And one of the subsidiary organizations is the Center for Coordination of Agricultural Research and Development for Southern Africa. That is commonly known as CADESA, which was founded by member states to harmonize the implementation of agricultural research and development in the SADC region. It is based at the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security in Gaborone, Botswana. And CADESA's goals, among others, is to address agricultural research and design issues in the region through the following intervention: coordinating implementation of regional agricultural research and development programs, facilitating collaboration among stakeholders of the national agricultural research systems, and promoting public-private partnerships in regional agricultural research and development, as well as improving agricultural technology generation, dissemination, and adoption in the region through collective efforts, training, and capacity building. Members will recall that through CADESA, a number of initiatives and a number of programs are being funded and coordinated by the same CADESA, mainly to mitigate against the issues of climate change. There is also the SADC Seed Center that is yet to fully operationalize, but currently it is temporarily housed at SPGRC in Lusaka, Zambia. And its function is to implement, coordinate, and supervise the registration and development of the regional seed catalog, and operates as the secretariat to the SADC technical agreement on harmonization of seed regulation. Honorable members, this center is very important because it ensures the movement of seed across borders with very limited difficulties as our region moves towards integration when it comes to issues of agricultural development. It ensures that seed moves from where it is in abundance to where it is scarce, and this seed has to be quality seed that ensures improved productivity in the region as we move towards eliminating hunger. There's also the SADC Regional Fisheries Monitoring Control and Surveillance Coordination Center, which is in Maputo in the Republic of Mozambique, whose function is to coordinate regional monitoring control system activities on fishing through improving regional and interregional cooperation, strengthening fisheries governance and legal frameworks, and also developing a regional fisheries monitoring control and surveillance center strategy and a regional plan of action. As a directorate, we also work with key internal stakeholders, which are mainly other directorates. We are not working in isolation. Everything that we do in partnership with other directorates. For example, we work very closely with the Directorate of Organ, especially on issues to do with illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, and the program that ensures that the livestock is secured. We work with the security forces in these programs. The Directorate of IDT, we collaborate in agro-processing value chains to ensure that all the agricultural products that we have can at least be value added and more value extracted from the use of the various agricultural produce that we have, as well as the SADC industrialization strategy that also touches very much on agricultural productivity and production to ensure that we have the resources that we feed into our industrial systems. We also work together on issues to do with the phytosanitary and the sanitary issues. We work closely with the Directorate of FIC, where we work together in issues of technical barriers to trade that we are trying to eliminate as much as possible to ensure that goods of agricultural origin move across borders without any challenges at all. We are looking at issues of, if possible, non-tariff barriers as well, that could be hindering the movement of goods across borders, especially those that are linked to agriculture. Directorate of Infrastructure, we are working together on the water, energy, food nexus framework, as well as the SADC Great Green Wall Initiative, Climate Services Center, and other programs. Directorate of SHD, where we are touching on issues of food, nutrition, security, based on the understanding that for any program to succeed in the member states, the issues of food, nutrition, security is very important because all these issues are also touch on the health of the population and also the productivity of the population. There are also issues to do with disaster risk reduction that we work together with the DRRI unit, where we look at climate change disasters and mitigation, and also how to ensure that agriculture succeeds in the face of climate disasters threats. There are issues to do with the regional vulnerability assessment analysis that also touches on the issues of disaster as well. There are other issues, other units like communication, dissemination of information. If you have information and you keep it to yourself, then that information is as good as almost useless. So we work with the PRA and other units to ensure that we disseminate whatever we have to the generality of the population of the SADC. The gender unit, everything is centered on the issues of ensuring that we mainstream gender-related issues. And it also touches on agriculture, where the youths and the women are encouraged to be the leaders in ensuring that we have food and nutrition security in the region. And other directorates like finance, HR, procurement, and ex-ante to ensure that all these programs move according to our plans. There are external stakeholders such as the African Union, the FAO, World Food Programme, GIZ, the International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources, Convention on Biological Diversity, and many others. There are also other sector-linked strategies, which are very, very much relevant to the programs that I have talked about. A number of strategies have been developed, such as the Regional Agricultural Policy, the RAP, and the Regional Agricultural Investment Policy, commonly known as the RAPE 2017-2022. There is the Malabo Declaration that is commonly reported as the CADIP, and also the Dar es Salaam Declaration on Agriculture and Food Security in the SADC region. We also have the Maputo Declaration. There are also issues to look at, such as regional strategies on relevant crop and animal diseases, issues to do with SADC food and nutrition security strategy that will ensure that it's also implemented, and issues to do with the forest strategy, fisheries program, aquaculture strategy, animal health strategy, the LEAP strategy, and the TFCA program, Trans-Frontier Conservation program. Under the climate change issues, we look at the blue, circular, and green economy strategies, the marine pollution action plan, and also the regional biodiversity strategy and action plan. There is the regional tourism program that is also under implementation coordination through the Secretariat, as well as the Namibia Declaration on Engagement with ICPs that will ensure is followed according to the guidance by Council. And lastly, this SPGRC strategy that looks at how plant genetic resources are conserved and utilized in the region. The FNR policy structures everything that we do is done, is guided by council and through the various ministerial committees. Here we list the various committees of ministers that we work closely with. These ministers usually meet once in a year. For example, there's committees of ministers of agriculture, food security, fisheries and aquaculture, and also the committee of ministers of environment and natural resources. Usually they look at issues to do with environment and tourism. And these ministerial meetings are held once in a year, is guided by the SADC Council of Ministers, Article 9 and 11 of the SADC Treaty of 1992. Honorable members, I will end here and give my colleague, Mr. Duncan Samikwa, also an opportunity to take you through this last part of our presentation. Duncan, I hand over to you. Thank you.
And you, Honorable Chairman and Honorable members, we were given 10 questions from your committee, and I will attempt to answer those questions one by one to conclude our presentation. The first question we got was, what can countries do to enhance their preparedness and response strategy to address the growing threat of climate change-induced drought and flooding, as well as food security and nutrition. So through our technical consultations, which we work with member states through the structure my colleague just showed you, everything we do, we present to member states through technical committees, and from the technical committees, they are taken to ministers for endorsement or guidance. From ministers, they go to council and then on to the heads of state through summit. So in this regard, we wish to encourage crop and data diversity through the growing and consumption of diversified diets. This includes indigenous foods, both livestock and plant-based. Also, we want to encourage the keeping of small ruminants because these are adapted to the harsh weather conditions. We recommend promotion of irrigation and rainwater harvesting, as well as construction of dams to ensure year-round agricultural production. You agree with us, honorable members, that we get a lot of rain, but for the majority of the year, it's dry as if it never rained. As a region, I think we should do better in how we harness and harvest water. We also are recommending rehabilitating and reconstruction of flood and cyclone damaged infrastructure so as to enhance access to markets and health and social facilities. We are recommending the development of resilience building initiatives, including employment creation in rural areas, incorporating climate smart technologies in subsidies and conservation agriculture. So as members, as honorable members are recommending subsidies and the assistance to agriculture, please make sure that there are smart technologies, climate smart agriculture, where minimum tillage, use of solar to make sure that they are sustainable and we conserve the environment. We also recommend the strengthening and the integration of agriculture and food security in national adaptation and mitigation plans to promote conservation agriculture, environmental ecosystem management, and building community resilience to climate change. The process of building resilience for communities is not an event, honorable members. It must be systematic and it must involve all community members one by one. Each piece, each individual in the community is going to contribute to the whole. We also recommend linking multidimensional and essential needs-based vulnerability assessments to social protection registries and the targeting of shock-responsible social protection systems in urban and rural areas. Here we mean when you're designing social protection, there should be those that are going to be applicable, whether you've got a shock or not. One of the best systems we recommend are the cash-based transfers, because they transcend the various kinds of shock you can have in an area. We also recommend the establishing of regional and national digital platforms for urban data sharing. Often when there are disasters, the last tropical cyclone is an exception. Urban areas are neglected. We focus on the rural areas, but there's a lot of urban vulnerability that is taking place. So by keeping these registers, we would know that even urban areas need the support of vulnerable members in terms of social protection. Next slide, please. Honorable members, the second question we received was that in light of the recent tropical cyclones, what measures should be taken to enhance resilience in communities in terms of infrastructure and protecting human life and livelihoods? So we want to advise that ministers responsible for DRR, disaster risk reduction, at their meeting in 2021 in May, they approved DRR mainstreaming guidelines for the following sectors: agriculture, food security and nutrition, water, sanitation, infrastructure. So we've got guidelines for water, energy and transport, education, gender, and generic DRR mainstreaming. These guidelines provide for each of these sectors what needs to be done to create resilience in communities. Now, the Secretariat is working with member states, the disaster risk management units, in mainstreaming and the capacity building members in how to apply or how to domesticate these guidelines for member states. Now, once you are, as a member state, you've mainstreamed these, you are going to be building back better. If you've had a flood, the houses that are going to be built will follow these guidelines and are going to be better resilient to shocks. The same things with roads, your water points, even agriculture. So that is what the Secretariat together with member states are doing on the matter. Next slide, please. The third question that we received was what strategies can be employed to secure sustainable climate financing for adaptation and mitigation efforts, and how can these funds be effectively utilized? So my colleague presented we've got an environment and climate change program, and working with member states, they've done a lot of work through the member states and other partners. Now, in response to this, the unit is saying that we need to provide different investment incentives, such as concessional financing, risk mitigation instruments, and comprehensive investment plans in order to stimulate private investment and adaptation projects. The second one is to develop narratives and models that demonstrate the business case for adaptation and mitigation projects. We are also recommending to enhance investment readiness and adaptation planning at government institutions to attract funding from development partners, multilateral climate change funds, and private sector. For example, introduce adaptation levies to generate revenues for public investments in adaptation projects. We are also recommending to lobby for an international goal on adaptation finance that is distinct from the general climate finance goals. And lastly, we are recommending that governments should undertake budgetary identification of adaptation finance priorities needs at a domestic level. There's a need to build capacity of government ministries to mainstream climate risks into sector plans and strategies so that appropriate solutions and budgets can be designed. I think this is where you as honorable members of parliament should be involved to make sure that the budgets that we will present include these particular issues to deal with climate financing. So this calls for clear articulation of adaptation goals at national as well as policies, laws, and plans on the responsibilities and outcomes to attract private sector support. Private sector support is crucial because they are the ones that run the businesses. They are the ones that have got the best reach instead of just relying on the national fiscus. Next slide, please. The fourth question that we received was that what are the specific adaptation and mitigation measures that must be prioritized for building resilience climate change impacts in the region? Okay, so we're saying we need to promote the development and harmonization of policies. As you can see, one of the questions are very related, and we try to nuance our responses so that we cover the breadth of the questions. So we are recommending promotion of the development and harmonization of policies and regulatory frameworks for renewable energy, energy conservation, and energy efficiency. We're also recommending the development, expansion, and use of renewable energy and cleaner energy technologies, especially wind and solar. We're also promoting the adaptation through climate-smart agriculture technologies and improved cropping and livestock systems based on appropriate options suited to the local context. We realize that you can't have one size fits all, so we must adapt this to fit our local situations. We must build farmer and community capacity and opportunities for agricultural adaptation to climate change. We also need to promote sustainable management of water resources in the region, including water conservation and water use efficiency, focusing on both quantity, this is a storage and efficiency, and the quality aspects. We're also recommending to promote sustainable management practices and approaches in all sectors in order to reduce habitat degradation, deforestation, and over exploitation of natural resources. We're also recommending to promote public and private partnerships. I think you've seen that this is a running theme in our responses for climate resilience, infrastructure development, and financing. And then we need to integrate green infrastructure solutions into human settlement planning and development. Finally, we also want to improve regional climate risk governance, including planning and risk assessment for pre and post-disaster preparedness. Next. The fifth question that we received was, how can parliamentarians assume a more robust role in responding to climate-related crisis and ensuring prompt and coordinated actions? So this is a very pertinent, and I am sure it's one of the questions that you would want probably our expertise as the Secretariat. So we are recommending that parliaments support the implementation of disaster risk reduction by developing new or amending relevant legislation and setting up budget allocations for DRR. The Interparliamentary Union and other relevant regional bodies, such as the SADC Parliamentary Forum, appropriate mechanisms should continue supporting and advocating for disaster risk reduction, as well as strengthening of national legal frameworks. We also recommend to support the enforcement and domestication of international agreements international registration, supported by appropriate budget allocation, robust oversight of government performance. This, of course, puts you parliamentarians, honorable members, at the heart of the response to climate change. So you know, honorable members, we attend so many international meetings, both at the world level, continental, the different COPs every year. In December, people are going to go back to COPs. But what are we getting out of those? We make those agreements at that level, but there's little enforcement in many instances in terms of making sure that we domesticate as well as we do budget allocation. So you've got a critical role to make sure that all those protocols and the instruments that we sign at that level are really put into effect in our member states. Parliaments are not only well placed to scrutinize how governments are responding to national or international climate change issues, but they can also hold the executives to account over their actions or lack thereof. Furthermore, parliamentarians bridge the gap between constituents, government, and decisions made at a global level. We're also saying that parliamentarians must be involved in the formulation. So next time we are trying to formulate this climate legislation, parliamentarians should not come at the end, but we should start with you throughout the process, because you represent the people. You are on the ground than many of the policymakers or middle-level managers. Parliamentarians need to strengthen oversight of national commitments and government implementation of national legislation, including enhancing transparency and accountability of climate action and reporting. There's also need to improve consistency between national climate legislation and other society goals, including poverty reduction, disaster risk reduction, and improving access to energy and gender equality. Next, please. The sixth question, there are 3 more to go. The sixth question we were given was, what are the strategies that can be employed to prevent the disruption of clean water supply and sanitation in communities susceptible to cyclones, to curb the spread of waterborne diseases? So we looked at it from 2 angles. From the prevention of disruption side, we are recommending comprehensive preparedness plan that is resourced, meaning that there's a budget to it, is the best approach. Maintenance of water supply, including the distribution and the reticulation networks, infrastructure, so that the damage is not easy when exposed to impacts such as floods. So infrastructure that is already weak is very easy to get damage in face of floods. And we're also proposing to create separate pipelines for water supply and sewer lines, so that the chances of mixing drinking water and wastewater are reduced during flooding. I'm sure you've heard so many examples where potable water has been mixed with the sewage water, causing concern for health, cholera, and other diseases. We are also recommending having standby water supply, water tanks with clean water that can be used as contingency when the main water supply is disrupted or has been compromised. We also recommending provision of groundwater sources, e.g. borehole-based systems, to be part of the backup plans that can be accessed for relief with no water supply. So this is the same way you keep grain in grain reserves. You should have a similar system for water for times of need. So how can we also quickly speedy recover once there's a disaster? We're saying that considering that disruption can never be totally avoided, part of the preparedness action should include close working together with national disaster management units and teams for interventions such as spare water tanks that can be supplied to very critical areas filled with water, permanent emergency maintenance units to be put in place. These must be resourced with spares, equipment, and personnel who can be quickly deployed to come and fix disrupted water supply lines. National disaster relief, national disaster risk centers can ensure that fast-track procurement laws are in place for timely fixing on dangerous disruptions, e.g., to enable urgent repair of sewer lines that has been damaged by floods and are discharging into the rivers. You don't want to go for 6 months when you've got a broken sewer line because you have to follow the national tender procedures. There should be provision for emergency procurement for things such as these shocks. Next slide. The seventh question that we received was that how can SADC countries collectively address the threat posed by African migratory locusts and their impact on food security or grazing land? So through committees of SADC, Plant Protection Committee, with member states, we are continually capacitating member states to do surveillance and monitoring of migrant pests so that timely and appropriate control interventions are prepared. As you know, these insects, they multiply rapidly. They could be just a few in the morning. When you reach in the evening, they are in millions and causing massive damage. But if you are able to surveil and control them before they multiply, there's a chance of saving our crops. We also recommend strengthening intersectoral collaboration on management of migrant pests at both national and regional continental level to enhance preparedness and the detection of outcomes. These insects don't carry passports, so they could be at their borders. We want countries to cooperate because in the evening they will be in Botswana. In the morning they will be across in Angola or Namibia. So when they are detected in these border areas, there's need for cooperation between the border countries so that they're able to control. We also are encouraging member states to work in collaboration with the International Red Locust Control Organization for Central and Southern Africa. It's based in Zambia. These are able to provide capacity for member states on how to contain migrant pest outbreaks and also to ensure coordinated reporting as well as spraying when needs be. As Secretariat, we have been working with member states to help them come up with cross-border collaboration instruments so that when you get border infestation, you don't take too long before you agree. Because some of the times that you are spraying, we even elicit military, so you don't want to spray one side with a military plane and then it's seen in the other country without proper protocols are being followed. Next, I can see a hand share. I don't know whether I should stop. Number 9. This is a penultimate question, last but one. How can SADC member states enhance the protection and promotion of women's access to land and their land rights within the region? So we're saying women's access to land and property is central to women's economic empowerment, as land can serve as a base for food production and income generation, as collateral for credit, as well as means of holding savings for the future. The SADC Protocol on Gender and Development of 2016 calls for SADC member states to undertake reforms to give men and women equal rights and opportunity to economic resources and improved access and to control and ownership over productive resources, including land, property, financial services, inheritance, and natural resources. SADC member states can enhance the protection and promotion of women's access to land and their land rights as follows: by conducting an analysis of how existing land legislation, marital law, and inheritance law interact in terms of women access to land, and how statutory law can promote women's access irrespective of their marital status. So this is an area squarely for you, honorable members, because you are the people that formulate and make up these laws. Land policies must be based on the principle of gender equality in access to land, and need to have clear objectives, goals on equal access to land. We must ensure women's participation through women's groups and organizations in the process of developing land policies, land boards. This is fundamental to increasing women's access to land. We need to facilitate informed policy making through supporting the production of sex disaggregated data and statistics on land tenure in national statistical accounts. And we must conduct awareness campaigns to raise awareness on existing laws and policies to increase understanding of the importance of equal access to land by engaging in traditional and religious leaders, civil society, law enforcement institutions, you honorable members of parliament, and others to make sure that this becomes a reality. Next, for the last question that we received, is that what are the measures, what measures can be implemented to safeguard human and community rights and protect the environment while promoting gender justice in mining communities in the region? We are proposing that women should be consulted when companies come to negotiate access to land, compensations, or benefits. When mining damages the environment, the people that suffer more are mostly the women, because their ability to provide food and clean water for their family can increase their workload. It is also important to strengthen community oversight of mining projects and activities, including monitoring to measure and mitigate environmental impacts and awareness raising actions on women's empowerment, as well as making sure to prevent gender-based violence. So, Chair, I think those are the questions that we received, and those are the responses that we provided. But we're here to provide a deep dive or respond to any questions that the committee and others might have on the same or others. We submit, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan Samikwa and Dr. Shava for the sector update. Before I proceed, I'd like to hand over to Honorable Chairperson if he has anything to comment. You're welcome.
No, thank you very much, moderator, and also let me thank the presenters for a well informative presentation they have made. However, I would like to invite the honorable members. If anyone has got a question, please, you can raise your hand. Actions. Moderator. I see no hand. So I would give it back to you, moderator, to facilitate if we've got any questions from the general public. Over to you, moderator.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I don't see any hands. Maybe we can proceed, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. We can proceed. As we begin our sessions, I would like to direct everyone's attention to our agenda and provide some guidance to our citizens on the following points. A, citizen making submissions should start by introducing themselves and mentioning the organization they represent. If their presentation in their personal capacity, please indicate that as well. B, submission should be limited to a duration of 10 to a maximum of 12 minutes. And C, after the conclusion of the public hearing sessions, the committee will, in accordance with the SADC-PF rules of procedure, compile its report containing recommendations for submission to the plenary assembly. Honorable Chairperson, as we start with our submissions, we have a submission from Mutale Chambanenge, who was supposed to present in the afternoon after lunch break, but he requested to be the first presenter because he has other engagement in the afternoon. With your permission, Honorable Chairperson, I'd like to invite Mutale Chambanage.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mutale.
Okay, I just want to share my screen.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Are you able to see my screen? Are you able to see my screen?
Still loading.
Still loading.
Okay.
We can now see, please put it on presentation mode through your chair.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon once more. My name is Mutale Chambanenge. I'm an agriculture economist by profession, and I'm currently working as a research assistant at InfoPress Consult Limited here in Zambia. And I'm presenting a research paper that I carried out as my undergraduate thesis. So the title of my research is Effects of the Country's Geographical Positioning on National Food Security in the SADC region. My supervisor for this research is Professor Gilson Tembo, who is a senior lecturer at the University of Zambia and also sits as a director at FANR Associates, which is a research company. So according to Food Agriculture Organization, FAO, they've defined food security as a situation that exists when all people at all times have access to safe, sufficient, and nutritious food that meets their dietary requirements and also provides them with a healthy life. FAO has further identified the 4 pillars of food security, which are availability, accessibility, stability, and utilization. So in 2021, 48% of the people in the SADC region were discovered to be food insecure, representing a 5.5% increase as of the year 2020. And this was attributed to COVID-19, which led to the shutdown of many international markets. However, despite South Africa being the backbone of regional trade in the SADC, many countries are still dependent on extra-regional trade, and hence they greatly suffered due to the decrease of international markets. So in the SADC region, we've got 16 countries, and these countries can be categorized into three. Landlocked developing countries, which I'm abbreviating as LLDCs, small highland developing states, which are SIDS, then the transit countries, TCs. So under landlocked developing countries, we've got countries like Zambia and Zimbabwe and Botswana. So these are countries that are said to be located in the interior of other continents. Therefore, if trade is to occur, commodities have to move from one country to the other, which makes the whole process of trade to be cumbersome and also compromises on the quality of commodities traded.
Mtale,
Sorry, yes?
There is a request from interpreters that you are going a bit fast, which is affecting their ability to interpret for the other languages.
Oh, okay.
Kindly consider that. Sure, thank you.
All right. Okay. So we've got three categories in the SADC region. We've got the landlocked developing countries, which are LLDCs. We've got the small highland developing states, SIDS, and also we've got the transit countries, TCs. So LLDCs, these are countries, for example, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Botswana. These are countries that are said to be located in the interior of other continents. Therefore, if trade is to occur, commodities have to move from one country to the other. The whole process of Can I go on?
Mutali, can you?
No, sorry, there is a hand. I see a hand from Botswana.
Mutali, can you speak
I see a
slowly?
hand from Botswana.
Mutali, can you speak slowly? You are very fast.
Okay, I'm trying to okay, I'll be very slow. So I was saying that for landlocked developing countries, these are countries that are said to be located in the interior of other continents. So for these countries, if trade is to occur, commodities have to move from one country to the other, which makes the whole process of trade to be cumbersome and also compromises on the quality of commodities that are being traded. So LLDCs are also said to spend about 60% more as compared to SIDS as well as SADC transit countries. So for these countries, despite the fact that they struggle with trade, a country cannot have comparative advantage over all commodities. Therefore, trade still has to continue despite the fact that they're having low margins from the exported commodities and also the high prices of imported commodities. And then we have small highland developing states. These are SIDS. So these are countries like Madagascar, Mauritius, Comoros, Seychelles. These are countries that are said to be surrounded by water bodies. And for these countries, they struggle in terms of floods as well as other natural disasters. So for these countries, though they have a very small population, they actually do have a very high population density, which causes pressure on the available land. So despite the fact that these countries only contribute to about 1% or less towards climate changing, they still are the ones that suffer greatly in terms of climate change. Then we have transit countries. These are countries like South Africa. These countries do not experience or face the challenges that landlocked developing countries and small highland developing states face. So we expect these countries to be more food secure as compared to both LLDCs and SIDS. So many researchers have actually researched on the trends of food security indicators, and some have actually also gone an extra mile to compare these trends between countries. However, there is still no empirical evidence that shows how food security indicators differ among LLDCs, SIDS, and transit countries in the SADC region. So for my research, I had one general objective, which was to determine and compare food security status among differently located countries in the SADC region. And I had two specific objectives, which were to determine the level of food security in the SADC region using the 4 pillars of 4 pillars of food security, and to compare the level of food security across the differently located countries in the SADC region. So in order for me to do this, I actually collected data, and this was secondary data. I collected it online on FALStat and World Bank Stat. So I collected data from the period of 2000 to 2021, representing a 21 years period. So when I collected data for 21 indicators, which fall under the 4 pillars of food security. So for my analysis, I used 2 methods. So I used a descriptive analysis using a one-way ANOVA, and I also use an econometric model of food security indicators. So for one-way ANOVA, I use one-way ANOVA in order for me to find out if there is a significant difference among the 21 indicators, and to find the direction of that difference, I use an F-test. So that's the one-way ANOVA model that I used. And the one-way ANOVA model relates the number of treatment levels, which in this case were the 3 categories of countries, the LLDC, SIDS, and transit countries, and by the number of replication of treatment levels, in this case, the 16 countries in the SADC region, to the constant mean, and the effect of the treatment, in this case, the 21 indicators of food security, which fall under the 4 pillars of food security as identified by FAO. So I use an econometric analysis because it is not only a country's geographical positioning that affects a country's food security. So in order to control for other factors, I had to use an econometric model. So that's the econometric model that I used. In this case, LLDCs and SIDS, these are just dummy variables. Then XIT is just a covariant known to affect YIT, and then beta is a vector of parameters. I also had an error term there, which I assumed to be 0. So this is just the data and the data sources where I got my data from. So while you notice that there's some places where I've written missing, the comment there, it means that there was no sufficient data online for me to use that. For example, average precipitation. Some countries had data maybe for specific years, but that data was not consistent. So again, this is just the link from where I got my data from. So for my results, I had to arrange it according to the 4 pillars of food security: availability, accessibility, stability, and utilization. So for availability, these are the results that I got. So for example, if you look at average supply of protein of animal origin, we see that transit countries actually perform better than both LLDCs and SIDS. And looking at, sorry, I can't see on the other side. Okay. And looking at comparing LLDCs versus SIDS, we see again that LLDCs perform better than SIDS in terms of SIDS actually perform better than LLDCs in terms of average supply of protein of animal origin. And then if we look at average value of production, again, comparing LLDCs and SIDS, we see that LLDCs perform better in terms of average value of food production. So if we go to the second pillar, which is accessibility, here again, we find, if you look at maybe prevalence of severe food insecurity in total population, here we see that transit countries actually perform better than LLDCs and SIDS. And if we look at depth of food deficit, here again, we see that transit countries have a higher depth of food security than both LLDCs and SIDS. If again we move on to stability and pick maybe one indicator, which is maybe value of food inputs over total merchandise, here we see again that transit countries have a higher value of food inputs over total merchandise, and LLDCs and seeds. And if we look at per capita food supply viability, here again, we see that transit countries have a higher per capita food supply viability as compared to LLDCs. We look at our third pillar of food security, which is utilization. Here again, we find if we pick on children under 5 years of age who are stunned, we see that LLDCs have more children under the age of 5 years of old who have stunned growth. And if we go again and look at the last one, which is children under 5 years of age who are overweight, we see that again, LLDCs have more children under the age of 5 who are overweight. So what conclusion can we take from this? So the first one is just a confirmation that food security actually food insecurity is affecting both LLDCs and seeds. And we say this because of the two pillars that really stand out. We see that LLDC have the average data energy supply adequacy as compared to both seeds and LLDCs. And both LLDCs and seeds have average value of food production per capita. So these ones, comparing them to transit countries, we see that these two categories actually have a low average value of food production per capita. If we go to utilization, we saw that access to improved water sources is a challenge in both LLDCs and seeds. And children under the age of 5 years old, we have more children who are overweight and have stunned growth in land of developing countries. And wasting is also a challenge specifically for small highland developing states. So we also saw something that I didn't really expect to see, the fact that LLDCs and seeds actually perform.
You have 2 minutes remain. You have 2 minutes remain.
Okay. All right. So this is something that I didn't expect to get in my research. The fact that LLDCs and seeds actually perform better in terms of accessibility as compared to transit countries. And this is because LLDCs and seeds have a greater per capita GDP, and they also have a lower prevalence of severe food insecurity and the depth of food deficit as well. However, overall seeds have the best standing on food access scale. So stability again here, it's a challenge in terms of LLDC because they're least dependent on sure food inputs and least equipped for irrigation. However, they are more stable politically and have the least food supply variability. And seeds also are more dependent on food inputs and equipped for irrigation. This time, okay. So for my recommendation, the first one is that there is need for us to intensify on the production. This can be done firstly by reducing the prices of inputs and also engage other technologies, for example, irrigation that can enable small-scale farmers to also produce throughout the year, especially in our country, in my country, Zambia, where we're now having challenges of rainfall. We have low amounts of rain. We also have frequent dry spells. So there is need for us to also engage in the irrigation structure that can help us be able to produce regardless of the amounts of rain that we get or at the time we get the rain. We also have, there's also need to increase access to improved water sources for both LLDCs and seeds. And there is also need to intensify nutritional interventions aimed at reducing the prevalence of severe stunting and overweight, especially for LLDCs. And this can be done if we engage nutritionists in order for us to take advantage of other food types that we have. For example, again, in my country, Zambia, we're dependent on, we love our nshima very much, and we can also take advantage of other crops such as millet, sorghum, that can help us be able to take advantage of other nutrients that are coming from this type of food. So this can only be done if we engage nutritionists. Thank you very much for attention.
You're welcome, Tali. Thank you for submission on addressing food security in the Lake region. Now we are move on. Now we are move on to the next submissions from Amnesty International Eastern and Southern Africa Regional Office.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Wanchiko Arnold, and I'm the Climate Justice Advisor for Amnesty International in the region. Esteemed members of the SADC Parliamentary Forum Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources, Amnesty International acknowledges the imperative of addressing climate change through national climate adaptation and disaster risk reduction plans, including nationally determined contributions and national adaptation plans. However, it is evident that the cost of these measures should not fall only on national budgets. The Paris Agreement, acknowledging the historical and present responsibility of industrialized countries for the climate crisis, places upon them the obligation to take substantial measures in responding to this global challenge, that is the climate crisis. Our research within the SADC region has identified a concerning trend where governments are constrained in addressing climate change disasters such as cyclones and drought due to fiscal limitations resulting from servicing sovereign debt and the failure of affluent industrialized states to mobilize funds for countries in the region as required under the Paris Agreement. To effectively navigate the intricacies of securing climate finance, parliamentarians must ensure that their countries undertake the following actions. We have 6 propositions. The first one, monitoring and data collection. Climate-induced disasters, including drought and cyclones, often lead to population movement. Climate change attribution and disaggregated data for displaced people is essential for effective response. Parliament should promote coordination effort at national levels to monitor population movement in the context of climate events. This includes collecting data on displaced populations to inform targeted financial responses. Second, loss and damage assessment. Assessing the impact of climate change on human rights and identifying appropriate redress measures requires comprehensive and inclusive approaches. Parliament should ensure that inclusive and participatory loss and damage needs assessment are conducted, considering both economic and non-economic harms stemming from climate change. Third, inclusivity, intersectionality, and gender responsiveness. Climate change disproportionately affects marginalized communities, and responses must promote equality. Parliament should ensure that all responses to loss and damage are inclusive, intersectional, and gender responsive. Fourth, engagement with the Paris Agreement Implementation and Compliance Committee. Governments in the region face implementation challenges of their nationally determined contributions and their national adaptation plans due to financial constraint. Parliament should ensure that their government engage with the Paris Agreement Implementation and Compliance Mechanism adopted at COP27 to address the financial challenges hampering the implementation of nationally determined contributions and national adaptation plans. Fifth, inclusion of disaster suspension clauses. Servicing sovereign debt hampers climate responses efforts in the region. Parliamentarians should advocate for the inclusion of disaster suspension clauses in debt contracts to allow countries to focus on climate change disaster management instead of servicing sovereign debt. Sixth, demanding a well-resourced loss and damage fund. The lack of sufficient resources for loss and damage initiatives hinders effective response. It is imperative that parliamentarians actively engage with historic emitters to hold them accountable for their commitment concerning climate finance. Specifically, climate finance for adaptation should encompass the funding necessary for infrastructure improvement and other essential changes required to mitigate the effects of climate change that are already inevitable. It is crucial to emphasize that these financial obligations are distinct and supplementary to the responsibilities borne by historical emitters in addressing issues related to loss and damage resulting from their historical emissions. The Loss and Damage Fund must emphasize equitable access, the imperative of a system based on grants rather than loans, and bypassing undue procedural technicalities. Thank you.
Thank you for keeping time. Thank you very much. We are now moved to the next presentation from Kaguelo Mkumbeni, a climate risk and human security project from Institute for Security Studies, Africa, and a former member of SADC Youth Parliament. You are welcome. Mkumbeni, are you there? It seems Mkumbeni is not around. Honorable Chairperson, we are moving to another submissions from Oxfam in Southern Africa. Submission from Oxfam.
Good afternoon, Madam Deborah. I'm available.
Okay, you have the floor, Annie. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon to you too. Just allow me to share my screen.
You can proceed.
Is my screen showing?
Not yet, ma'am.
I guess it's showing, all right?
We can see your screen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Annie Namuya Skanwe, and I'm Program and Policy Manager under Just Economies, and currently leading the Agriculture and Food System Pathway. So my presentation is actually a contribution to the first question that was done by the first presenter of the session. And the outline of my presentation is that it has got an introduction, challenges, and then what our asks are, then a conclusion and a recommendation thereafter. So Southern Africa is actually one of the regions that's most vulnerable to the impact of climate change. And from these adverse impacts of climate change, we have seen a rise in temperature. There are also increasing extremes in weather events, and we're also having challenges in rainfall patterns. So these challenges are actually expected to worsen in the near future, and actually have devastating impacts on the human health, on our livelihoods, and also on our ecosystem. And this could actually be attributed to what was seen in the 2022 to 2023 rainfall season in the southern region, where we're actually hit by a very intense tropical cyclone, Freddy, that actually traversed through the Indian Ocean for more than 5 weeks. that is from February to March of 2023. So actually the cyclone Freddy is believed to be one of the longest lasting and having the highest devastating impact worldwide. It is actually the third deadliest cyclone that has been recorded so far in the Southern Hemisphere. And this comes after the cyclone Idai that was there in, this comes after the cyclone Idai of 2019 and the 1973 Flores cyclone. So with the cyclone Freddy, we had noticed that we had a prolonged period of actually 10 days that intensified across countries of Mozambique, Madagascar, and Malawi. And most of these impacts were actually felt the hardest by Malawi, where a lot of rains caused catastrophic flash floods, with Antai suffering the most in Malawi. And we also saw to it that the nation's grid was actually crippled with its hydroelectric dam collapsing. The cyclone actually killed at least 1,494 people, and among these 1,216 people were killed onslaught in Malawi, with about 537 people were seen to be missing, or rather were reported to be missing or presumed to be dead. And in Mozambique, we saw about 198 people, with Madagascar having 17 and 2 in Zimbabwe. Whilst in Mauritius, we only had 1, that is from the statistics that was recorded, making it the first tropical cyclone globally to claim at least 1,000 lives since the cyclone Idai. From the impact of the cyclone, we saw to read that food security was a major impact and still remains a particular concern, with millions of others left at risk. From the cyclone, we also saw a total damage that was estimated to have reached at least $665 million of damage, making it the second costliest cyclone in the Southwest Indian Ocean after the Idai. Besides the loss and damage, the cyclone has also brought out pandemics such as cholera, and this was actually reported by the government of Malawi in 2023, and this has posed a threat on the health of most of the citizens. Climate change actually remains a major challenge for most of the Southern African countries. And the region's economy is actually heavily dependent on natural resources such as agriculture, water, which are highly vulnerable to climate change. The region has a high incidence of poverty and inequality, which makes it more difficult to cope with the impacts of climate change. The challenge that we have actually experienced looking at the 2022 and the 2023 farming season that we have experienced adverse droughts and floods across the southern region, and some of these have been as a result of the cyclone and they die. And so the rural population and the marginalized groups have been the most affected due to the slow response rate for the governments owing to the inadequate investments for preparedness to disasters. As such as Oxfam and its partners, we are calling upon SADC to put in place regional policies that on food, system, and nutrition to target matters of loss and damage in the agriculture sector. This and damage in the food system actually cause most of our communities not to receive adequate nutrition because of being food insecure. And according to the International Monetary Fund report of 2022, most Southern African countries have stunted growth due to poor nutrition and improper value addition mechanisms. For example, Malawi actually record to have a stunted growth amounting to 37%, which is still quite high. Besides this, there's also limited investment in nutrition-sensitive agriculture interventions, which in turn is leading to consumption of less nutritious food among the majority of the population. Some of our asks to the SADC Parliamentary Committee are that we actually need to invest in proper, clean, and renewable energy solutions. Southern African countries need to invest more in renewable energy sources, such as solar and wind energy, in order for us to reduce the reliance on fossil fuels and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Other ask is that we need to improve on agricultural practice. Farmers actually need to be empowered with the use of climate-smart agricultural practices, such as drought-resistant crops and water conservation techniques. This will actually help us to improve their resilience to climate change. Our ask as well is that we need to build early warning systems. Southern African countries need to build early warning systems for extreme weather events, as was experienced during the cyclone already. If we had this in place, it would have actually helped our governments to be prepared and to prepare the marginalized citizens on the ground, so that people can be evacuated to safety before the disasters strike. Our other asks are that we need to provide social safety nets. These social safety nets will actually include things like food assistance and cash transfers. And these can actually be used to help people who are most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. We also need to promote the use of local and indigenous seeds. Countries actually need to push for the certification and adoption of local and indigenous seed varieties and foods in their communities. I understand from the government, from the Zambian government setup, we are actually pushing to belong to UPOVA 1991. I'm seeing an issue where most of these indigenous varieties will be certified and made fit for use by most of our smallholder farmers. These indigenous seed varieties are actually highly adaptable to their environment and have higher nutritious values as compared to most hybrid varieties. Our other ask is that we need to increase investment in the nutrition sectors. And we are recommending that countries should at least allocate 5% of their domestic budget to the nutrition sector. Our conclusion is that Southern Africa is a land of vast natural resources and has a favorable climate despite the current effects affecting us of climate change. The region has actually got potential to be food secure once our leaders effectively collaborate and bring in measures to address issues of food security and nutrition aspects. Our natural resources, on the other hand, have the potential to help us fight vices of climate change once stringent measures are in place, as they act as shock absorbers to climate change. Our recommendations are that in order for us to effectively address impacts of climate change, Southern Africa needs to invest in adaptation and mitigation measures. This will actually require significant financial resources and technical support. The international community can play as well an important role in supporting us living in Southern Africa with efforts to address climate change, by providing financial assistance, technology transfer, and capacity building. This is actually our contribution as Oxfam to the Parliamentary Committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your submission. Titled Country to Enhance Their Preparedness and the Response Strategy to Address the Growing Threat to Climate Change, Induced Droughts and the Flooding on the Food Security and the Nutrition. Now we move on to the next submissions from Natalia Guatilisa. Natalia Guatilisa from Climate and Environmental Activities. Climate and Environmental Activist. Welcome, Natalia. Are you there, Natalia? Natalia, are you there? Natalia is not available. We're moving to another submission from Edward Chidombe, Director of Youth Action for Success and the Development Climate Youth Actionist and a Green Innovation Trainer. Edward Chidombe.
Yes, I'm around.
You're welcome, Edward. You have the floor.
Thank you so much. I don't know if maybe I can be allowed to share my screen, or if maybe the moderator has my presentation, maybe she can present it.
You can share.
Okay, thanks. I don't know. It's not showing me the doc. Hello, can you see my screen? Hello, can you see my screen?
Try again, sir.
There's nothing yet, sir.
Oh. Okay, fine. Let me try again. Can you see it? Can you see it now?
Can you try full screening?
Yeah, better now.
There.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you so much. So, as already said, my name is Edward Chidombe Msiska. I am the founder and the executive director of an innovative youth-led organization known as Youth Action for Success and Development based in Malawi. And I'm also the Green Skills and Waste Innovations trainer. And I'll be making my presentation, especially from the youth perspective. So despite that, maybe I've not indicated like the context outflow, but I'm going to have like the basic introduction on the vulnerability of Malawi to climate change, then the key issues from the young people, and then the recommendations. So going straight to the vulnerability of Malawi to climate change, Malawi is one of the countries that is most vulnerable to climate change due to its limited adaptive capacity, high dependency on ecosystem goods and services, as well as exposure to climate risks. So since we're saying that Malawi is more vulnerable to climate change, it simply means that it's prone to heavy storms. We talk of it's prone to floods, heat waves, dry spells, water scarcity, and even mental illnesses. Like recently, we've all witnessed about the tropical cyclone. And the following slide is also going to talk on the statistics on how children, youth and women are more vulnerable to climate change in the country as a whole. So the young people and children are more vulnerable to climate crisis and natural disasters. Women, to be specific, suffers the most during climate crisis. And according to Department of Disaster Management Affairs, Malawi, as well as the draft assessment report by World Food Programme, in the recent Cyclone Freddy, at least 2.2 million people were affected by the Cyclone Freddy, of which 56% are the children, and 7.2 are persons living with disability. And at most, 78% of the affected population were the youth, yet they are not involved and they are not being engaged in the decision-making spaces where climate-related interventions are designed, as well as the issues are being recognized in the plan. So this is one of the major issues. Despite that, the children and the young people, as well as women, are more vulnerable to climate crisis. But when it comes to their voices, when it comes to their representation, when it comes to their participation in the designing all the interventions, it becomes almost zero. It's absent. So that's one of the key challenges that exist. Now, the following are now the key concerns by the young people in regards to climate change. Number one is lack of government-supported platforms for children and youth for climate change and environmental issues. We have all seen, according to the statistics, that about 78% of the young people were affected by the Cyclone Freddy, which hit the southern part of Malawi. But when it comes to the designing, when it comes to their participation, when it comes to the support of their initiatives, it becomes a challenge. So it's one of the key concerns from the young people. And number two is about limited engagement of young people in climate program designing spaces, including the disaster risk management initiatives and the decision-making process. For instance, in Malawi, we have got Dodima, but if we can, maybe if we can ask it to say in the disaster risk management technical working group, do we have youth representatives? Do we have a young person from the existing youth structure, whereby maybe what has been aspired from this discussion can be shared along the network of the youth? That becomes now the question, and it ends in a success. So that's another concern from the young people. And the third challenge or the third concern is that the climate messages, they are too technical for typical rural youth and communities to fully understand the issues of climate change, as well as to join the climate change. Because if we are to analyze or we are to contextualize climate change communication or climate change messages, they're too technical. And I don't know if maybe the academicians and even the climate action, they have even come together to how best maybe they can unpack climate change messages, so that even the typical rural area youth and women, they are able to understand what climate change is all about. Every time we talk of global warming, rising in temperature, we talk of destruction of the ozone layer, but the typical rural area people, they cannot fully understand it. So that is why we say that the climate change messages, they are too technical and they need to be unpacked. And the last challenge from the youth perspective is that the complex funding mechanisms for youth-led climate actions and green innovation. It's very challenging for a youth-led organization, for a youth-led activism, for a youth-led innovations to be supported by either the government and even by the development partners. For instance, if you can look on the photos, the first photo, that's a maize field. And the maize field, the fertilizer that has been used in this maize field is the organic fertilizer which has been manufactured and processed by the young people. And the second photo, it's just demonstrating how this organic fertilizer is being applied, because it's the best alternative fertilizer for the inorganic fertilizers. And we treat this inorganic fertilizer, we treat this organic fertilizer the way we treat the inorganic fertilizers. But when it comes to the support, it's almost zero. And the third photo, it just shows some of the young people making the organic fertilizer. We are talking about the food systems. We're talking about agriculture system. We're talking about the natural system. We talk of the natural resources. These young people, they have innovations. These young people, they have got sustainable solutions. But how do they upscale their solutions if they're not being supported? So you can see that they have the solutions in the agriculture sector, in the food systems, but they're not being supported. These other photos, the first photo, it shows like a group of women. It's an organization, but dominated by ladies. They are making the fire briquette, and these fire briquettes, the alternative are cooking fuels. Yet when they like the concept, maybe asking for maybe to procure maybe a briquette machine, it becomes a challenge. They are only asking for a briquette machine, not lots of funding, but it becomes challenging. The second photo, it shows whereby the made briquettes that are being sold on the market. You know, it means that the young people, they are along the process of addressing climate challenges. They're also creating jobs. They are creating opportunities for income generation for the youth. And the third image, it shows the recycled tumblers. You know, we have got lots of glass tumblers. We have got lots of waste glasses outside. We talk of the bottle stores, we talk of the liquor shops, all these sites, we have got the waste bottles. And the young people are recycling these tumblers. But when it comes to the support now to upscale their innovations, it becomes a challenge. That's why this is one of the major challenges, that there is complex funding mechanisms, and the young people fail to tap on these opportunities so that they're able to explore more, they're able to upscale the solution that they have in a way that it relates to the food systems, agriculture, as well as utilization of the natural resources that we have. And now going to the recommendations, we have got only 4 recommendations. And the first recommendation is that the SADC member states should make deliberate efforts to engage the young people in the decision-making processes or the spaces, as well as create flexible funding mechanisms for the young people with innovations in climate and green spaces. And this is one of the primary. The youth are the solution to the national and the global problems. But if they cannot be given the opportunity to tap, utilize, and even to upscale their innovations, it means we're going to remain in the deadlock, whereby we'll be talking about the solutions, we'll be talking about the problems, but no action is going to go out. It's going to be vindicated. So this is the very first recommendation. And the second recommendation is that the government ministry responsible for climate change should closely work with the academicians to unpack climate communication messages, since more terminologies are technical in nature. This is a very big problem. If we want more community members to join the climate action, they need first to fully understand what climate change is. Some people up to date, they don't even believe in climate change. They will just say this is, it's just about time. Climate change doesn't exist. Sometimes it's just because of how we package our climate change messages. And the third recommendations, which is fourth, because I combined the 2 recommendations. The first one is that the SADC member states, through responsible line ministers, should financially and technically support platforms for children and the youth tackling climate change and environmental issues. Young people, children need to be in these decision-making platforms. They need to be considered as stakeholders and not beneficiaries. When a solution is designed by a young person, designs, defines, and justifies that problem in their own context, because they fully understand the issues that concerns to them and the best practice that can be executed, unlike the decisions which are just being imposed, because most of the elders, they just assume that this solution is going to work for the young people, of which it failed. So we talk of these green skills, we talk of green economy, we talk of secular economy. The young people, children, they have the solutions, but only if the ministries, the line ministers can support their innovations, it means we are going to yield the results that want to tap. And let me end with this quote, that young people don't need charity, but they need opportunities to utilize. It has been for so long whereby we tend to misplace these ways to say that the young people, they need charities. No, young people, they don't need charities. Young people just need opportunities to utilize. And if the young people are given these opportunities, if the young people are given these spaces and the platforms, the world can even see that really this world has the great asset of which they are the young people, and the young people are the solutions to the national and the global problems that we have. Otherwise, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your submissions. A position statement on climate change. Now we are moving on to the next presentation. Next submission from Rehema Patrick, Founder and Executive Director, Section 30 MW. Rehema Patrick, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. The floor is yours.
Honorable members of the SADC Parliamentary Forum for Public Hearing, distinguished delegates and esteemed guests, as previously alluded, my name is Rehema Patrick. I am an avid human rights and natural resource governance activist and the founder and executive director of an non-government organization called Section 30. So briefly, Section 30 is an organization that is dedicated to promoting and protecting the right to development as enshrined in the Section 30 of the Constitution of Malawi. We work tirelessly to create an inclusive and sustainable environment where all Malawians can access the resources and opportunities necessary for their well-being and prosperity. This afternoon, I'll present to you a position statement on advancing transparency and accountability in Malawi's energy transition. Malawi recognizes the global imperative to transition to clean and sustainable energy sources to combat climate change and promote economic development. As we embark on this journey towards a more environmentally responsible energy future, it is crucial to prioritize transparency and accountability in the extractive sector, including a thorough scrutiny on human rights implications arising from mining projects and management of revenues from the extractive sector. This position statement will highlight some of the major human rights implications arising from mining projects and concerns about the management of revenues from the extractive sector in Malawi, along with relevant statistics and recommendations. On human rights implications, mining operations in Malawi have led to substantial land displacement. The scale of displacement has had several social and economic consequences, including forced relocation, loss of farmland, loss of livelihood, and access to resources, violating communities' fundamental human rights, including the right to adequate housing and food, as well as the same right that is recognized under the international law. Subsequently, displaced communities face challenges related to compensations. Often, the compensation offered to them does not reflect the true value of the land, or it is not provided in a timely manner. In some cases, compensation is mirrored in opacity and corruption, making it difficult for affected communities to seek justice and receive fair compensation. A good example is the famous case of Mabulambo community in Karonga, where the then coal mining company gave as little as 50,000 Malawi kwacha, which is equivalent to $42 US as compensation, an amount that fell short of the basic material cost to buy new land and replace a house. The second issue is on environmental impact. Mining in Malawi has led to an extensive environmental degradation, including water pollution and deforestation, affecting the right to a clean and healthy environment. Most local communities have lost farmland, affecting food security and income. They suffer from water scarcity and pollution-related health issues. A good example is Mangoti, a district in the southern region in Malawi. There is a lot of illegal mining in Mangochi that has led to the destruction of Namizimu forest and has contaminated the Unga, Luenya, and Lugora River, leaving both the water sources and land unusable by the communities. Thirdly, Communities often report a lack of consultation and participation in decision-making processes regarding mining projects, infringing upon their rights to participate in matters affecting them. This hampers community rights and interests, as local populations often remain uninformed and excluded from decision-making, leading to potential land disputes and environmental degradation. On revenue transparency, there is some notable delayed transparency on tax and non-tax revenue driven from some companies in the extractive industry in Malawi. This delay is due to the mingling of extractive revenue with revenue from other sources, making it challenging to provide a clear and timely account of financial contributions. This results in complications for accountability, resource management, and the equitable distribution of revenue. In 2020, Malawi's mining sector contributed only 1.7% of the country's GDP, reflecting the limited benefits derived. Recommendations to the SADC Parliamentary Forum. The first one, the Parliamentary Committee on Natural Resource and Climate Change in Malawi should swiftly and actively exercise its mandate, power, and oversight to enhance transparency over the mineral resource chain. Secondly, continuous capacity building for the parliamentarians to be well-versed in mining discourse and practice, enabling them to engage in meaningful oversights to benefit transparency and accountability. Thirdly, there should be a creation of a sovereign fund with clear and transparent rules of deposits and withdrawals to ensure that proceeds from mining wealth are invested in public goods that connect the present to the future. The fourth recommendation is implementing clearly detailed and enforced responsibility for environmental rehabilitation and regeneration, holding mining companies accountable for environmental damages. The fifth recommendation is on forced mandatory to have comprehensive human rights impact assessments for all mining projects involving critical minerals prior to granting mining licenses to understand and address potential social, environmental, and health implications on affected communities. The last recommendation is encouraging constant community engagement and consultations to ensure that the local populations are informed and included in decision-making processes. In conclusion, addressing transparency and accountability in Malawi's extractive sector is essential for the attainment of a just energy transition. It safeguards community rights, maximizes revenue utilization, and paves the way for a more inclusive and sustainable energy landscape. As of 2020, the Malawi sector contributed only 1.7% of Malawi's GDP, highlighting the urgent need for reform and increased transparency in this sector. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Rehema. I now invite Kaguelo Mkumbeni, if he has joined us. Kaguelo.
Thank you so much. I shall share my screen now. Give me a second. Is this visible?
No.
Is it visible now? Hello?
Yes.
Yes, it is. It is visible.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for this opportunity to share and be part of this forum. My name is Kaguelo Mkumbeni. I am I'm from South Africa, and I'm working in the Institute for Security Studies, and I'm based in Pretoria in the Climate Risk and Human Security Project. So really today for me, my purpose is to contribute towards building the conversation around what is the interlinkages between climate change and human security, and how can we better mitigate climate change, being cognizant of that very key link between food, energy, and water. So really to start off, excuse me. To start off, I want to get into what is the data saying out there. And according to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, Southern Africa is among the most vulnerable nations in the world to climate change. And in fact, Southern Africa epitomizes the link between climate change, water, energy, food nexus, and that manifests in multiple challenges that collide across very diverse socioeconomic spectrum of countries. And to make a reference to how is this recognized within the SADC framework, the peace and security architecture itself, the strategic indicative plan for the Organ on Politics, Defense and Security Cooperation, makes reference to climate change as a critical challenge to peace and stability in SADC. And in addition, the SADC Climate Change Strategy Action Plan for 2015 to 2030 refers to climate change as a threat multiplier that affects human security and exacerbates water stress, livelihood insecurity, displacement, migration, and conflict over resources. Now, I want to get into what are the pathways in which we can really see that climate change is exacerbating human insecurity. Climate change interacts with the political, the social, and the economic. And what that does is that it increases instability, it increases violence, it worsens the conditions in which people live in, it increases mobility patterns, and really makes it difficult for us to respond to the problems. And what's very key for me here is to provide some solutions in which we can mitigate this, being cognizant of the human security risks. And the intersection between, I'll start with food security. The intersection between food systems and climate change is very complex. What climate change does is that it threatens food systems and increases the frequency at which natural hazards occur. In fact, in 2022, the Global Report on Food Crisis displayed that over 43 million people in the region were experiencing acute food insecurity. And for example, even in Madagascar, it was currently facing the worst drought in over 40 years. In parts of Angola, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, and Zambia have been affected by dry spells and droughts as well. And other climate-related impacts cause destruction to infrastructure, housing, schools, hospitals, markets, and these not only affect social development, but it affects economic, it affects agriculture, it exacerbates poverty, as well as public health, in fact. Public health is also one of among the key areas in which climate change impacts human security in SADC. And the way in which this happens is that facilities and health services are affected. In fact, health systems become overburdened by the impacts of climate change. And what's really key is how can we make these areas more resilient to maintain service delivery, particularly when it comes to climate-related disruption. Another pathway is gender. You know, women and girls are the most disproportionately affected when it comes to climate shocks. And in our region, you know, these impacts on women and girls are very intrinsically linked to the intersecting discriminations and violations in which women face that are on their human rights and dignity. I mean, for example, women and girls in cases of climate change are often generally exposed to exacerbating problematic, toxic, and dangerous gender norms that generate more violence, sexual exploitation, and and forced pregnancies, forced and early marriages, those kinds of things. So really what I've been trying to do here is to paint a picture of what is this problem and how does climate change make life more difficult for people in SADC. In addition, another key area I feel we really need to focus on is rural-urban migration. In fact, mobility itself when it comes to climate change. With crop failure, with the occurrence of droughts and floods, that case then creates conditions in which people migrate to alternative towns and cities in order to seek income-generating opportunities. And what we're seeing with climate change in SADC is that this is bound to be more frequent. So in the coming decades, we are expecting to see more rainfall, more droughts, and intensive weather events. And how can we counter this? How can we enhance our response and our policy measures in order to, tackle climate change and being cognizant of human security problems? And firstly, it's very key to understand our framing of climate-related human security risks and understand how do we coordinate between the different sectors and harmonize how we understand climate security, particularly at local level and regional level as well. And this can start by improving research on climate security and how we assess climate-related risks, and develop frameworks that are practical and actionable, particularly at local level as well as improve the coordination of regional level actors, because what can really help here is the collaboration between the different levels can be very key in tackling climate change. So what's most important is that, as we can see, we already have early warning systems. We already have the Southern African Regional Climate Outlook Forum. We already have the Southern African Development Community Regional Vulnerability Assessment and Analysis Programs. We have these measures already. What's failing really is that we do not have sufficient institutional capacity and adequate financial capacity to really get down to dealing with climate change. So we really need to focus on scaling up finance and technology in these situations, particularly when it comes to dealing with losses and damages and adaptation as well. And another way is really we need to enhance local, municipal, and subnational institutions to build consensus, particularly among different interests.
You have 2 minutes remain. You have 2 minutes remain. You have 2 minutes.
Oh,
remain.
Thank you. Yes. To wrap up, enhancing consensus between different interests is really key to tackling climate change. And this can be done by really bringing in different actors, businesses, youth, women, labor, indigenous people as well, and creating that partnership in order to also enhance the political commitment that comes with dealing with climate change. Another key solution is in integrating gender in climate adaptation measures, and as well as allowing those social protection policies to really work at local level so that we can allow people to explicitly address the climate change risks. Again, all of these solutions that I'm bringing up need to draw on cultural values, knowledge, engagement processes, including indigenous people, and building capacity in ways that can be locally acceptable. So to wrap up, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said that the era of global warming is over and that the era of global boiling has entered. And really, just to highlight that at this point, we already know that climate change is a key risk to human security. And we cannot fumble anymore. We have to be very, very politically determined to get down to mitigate the climate crisis. Thank you so much for your time. And I really hope to take on more suggestions and partner with different people on this call so that we can better tackle climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chairperson, we still have one submission before lunch break. I would like to take this opportunity to invite Natalie Guatilisa, if he has joined us. Natalie, are you there? It seems Natalie is not available. Honorable Chairperson, before we break for lunch, I would like to hand over to you if you have anything to say.
No, moderator, at the moment, I don't have anything to say. You can still proceed and give us the timekeeping for the lunch break. How long is it going to be? Thank you, moderator. Moderator, can you hear me?
Yes, Honorable.
Moderator, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Yes, I was saying I have no comments to make, so I'll give it back to you so that you give us the housekeeping time on how long the lunch break is going to be and what time do we resume. I hand it over to you, moderator.
Thank you, Honorable. We're supposed to come back here at 14 hours, but we have 30 minutes, so we can agree if we'll be here at 14 hours.
That's okay with me. I don't know about the other honorable members. Let me ask honorable members, a 30 minutes break, will that be enough for the honorable members or is there no objection? Honorable members, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yes, please. Yes, please, honorable member from Seychelles.
Yes, I would like to excuse myself for this afternoon session because right now we have sitting going on. So I have to go back into the chamber to listen to my caucus deliberation on a matter regarding employment. If that's not an inconvenience for the committee.
No, thank you very much, honorable member, and we have taken note of that. You may be excused. And once again, let me thank you for taking your precious time to be with us this all the way from the morning up until this afternoon. I say thank you, honorable member, and I salute you, honorable.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Moderator, you have the floor.
The person will be here at 14 hours, 14 o'clock. Are we agreed?
That is 2 o'clock to be specific, yeah?
Yes.
Thank you very much, moderator.
Thank you.
Honourable members, we take a break. As the moderator has highlighted, we'll be back at 2 p.m.
I'm back, Honorable Chair. I'm here.
Honorable Chairperson, can we proceed?
Yes, please, moderator, you may proceed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome again to our sessions. We have 4 submissions this afternoon. The first submissions is from Prosper Chimbazwa, environmental activist. Prosper?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, you're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator, honorable members, and fellow residents. My name is Tapia Prosper Chimbazwa. I'm from Zimbabwe African Minds, a youth organization aimed at finding sustainable solutions to community complex problems through profession match. I also work with the Zimbabwe Youth Biodiversity Network as a steering committee member under the Policy and Research Department, and I'm also a member of the Program for Ecosystem Change and Society, Decolonizing Conservation Working Group as a researcher. And today, I'm going to speak to the issue of what the steps should SADC member states take to maximize the sustainable exploitation of transitional minerals, ensuring economic benefits and environmental protection. So this question baffled me a lot because I know that the Southern African region is one of the most endowed regions when it comes to mineral deposits, but yet most of the countries within the region are struggling economically. And one of the major questions that I've been asking, how then do we explain poverty and economic instability in these states that are very much endowed with minerals that can actually lead to great economies within the regions? So I later on discovered that in most countries, there is lack of infrastructure and such as roads, railways, and ports, which hinders effective transportation of the minerals and increase the cost. And this insufficiency in infrastructure can also contribute to environmental degradation and during extraction, which also adds to the current problem that we are facing, which is the climate change calamity. And also, I realized that there is limited value addition, especially when it comes to our minerals. Most of our minerals are exported raw and not processed, which then leaves a leeway for exploitation from international organizations that the countries are dealing with. So in my opinion now, I was now looking at what then should the member states do to cover these loopholes and make the countries within the region realize the potential and within their minerals. So in my opinion, the SADC region's problem, especially in mining and environment protection, is not really about the lack of policy, but rather I feel like it's a matter of lack of implementation and political will amongst the members, because the organization in itself, the SADC, has a mining protocol that was enacted in 2000 and lastly amended in 2014 to suit the changing times. And the key aspects added to the document had to do with economic benefits, sustainable utilization, and environmental protection. However, it seems like there is continuous inconsistency in terms of implementation of the dictates of this protocol, given that member states are always acting autonomously since they are sovereign. But I do feel like there is need now to collaborate, to actually bring together these efforts and act in unison for them to realize potential. Therefore, in this regard, my suggestion to address this situation for a more just, equitable, and progressive utilization of mineral resources, I would suggest the following steps. The first one, I would suggest that the member states within the SADC region should revisit the policies documents and create a monitoring evaluation strategy for them to actually be able to know the progress and also be able to review the challenges in implementation and also see potential ways to rectify those situations so that the profits can be realized. And also, I believe that there is need to find a holistic mechanism to police the implementation of the existing policies amongst member states so that there is a continuous and continuous flow of extraction, environmental protection, and also realized profit among the member states. I also think that there is need to ensure collaboration amongst the member states on stating the standards on the mining issues and making sure that they are adhered to, because frankly speaking, collaboration falls short in this region as each member usually work in silos, rendering the SADC body useless. And I do believe that the reason why the SADC PF was created was for the major reason to have collaboration and working together amongst the countries within this region. So I really do feel like the member states should focus on ensuring fluid collaboration among themselves and find ways to work together so that they can bring growth and realize the profit from the mineral deposit as well as protecting the environment. And also, I do feel like there is need to strengthen the institutional capacities of the member states, because I really do feel like member states can establish strong institutions with clear mandates to enforce regulations and monitor compliance. And these institutions should be adequately resourced and served with trained personnel. So there is also need for the member states to come up with a standard in terms of training the miners within the region, and also equip the institution that monitors the mining in this region to ensure that there is profit realization within the region, and there's also environmental protection. And I would also say that there is need to promote transparency and accountability among the member states, and these they should do that by making sure that within the mining sector, mining companies should disclose information on their operation, including payments made to government and the environmental and social impacts. And then this will enable greater accountability and reduce the risk of exploitation, because we've seen that it also brings me to the next point that I'm going to bring up, that we've seen also exploitation not only of the member states, but also the communities that live alongside the mining areas, and there is lack of participation and benefit sharing with the communities. So the next thing is that member states should make sure that they promote community participation and benefit sharing so that the local communities are adequately involved and they own the process of mining, so that in the fact that they are involved in decision-making processes linked to mining activities, there is benefit sharing mechanism that should be established to ensure that communities directly benefit from the mineral resources in their areas. That is, for instance, through skills development, job creation, infrastructure development, and revenue sharing. This can enhance a just and equitable sharing of the benefits from the mining. And I do feel also that there is need for the states member states within the SADC region to create a regional market and a standard for their minerals, so that they will be able to be the one to detect the price for the minerals to the buyers. In that way, we can be able to actually harness more profit within the region, and also be able to maximize on protecting the environment. That's maintaining the balance between extraction and protecting the environment, because without us being able to tell the price, we are bound to be to act in an extra way so that we can increase our profits. Yet we can actually give value to our minerals and be able to actually detect the price, thus reducing the pressure on the minerals in the way that they are mined, and also make sure that we promote sustainable mining practice amongst all the member states. That's the member states can encourage and support the adoption of sustainable mining practice, such as the use of environmental friendly technologies, reclamation of minerals, and responsible waste management, which comes as my last, I think, point, that there is really great need for proper waste management within the mining sector, and member states should ensure that there is a clear standard that is followed, and there is a clear monitoring verification plan that is put especially on the use of chemicals such as mercury and cyanide that has been mostly flooded the artisanal mining in countries such as Zimbabwe, for instance, and these have led to so many problems such as water pollution, and also leads to health risk to the local communities. So I believe that if member states take this into consideration, that they take care of the needs of their citizens, they take care of their environment, and also make sure that they set aside a standard for their minerals and for their pricing, they can be able to realize greater profits as well as environmental protection, and also make sure that the communities are realizing benefit. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I rest my case. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your submission, which suggested what steps should the SADC member states take to maximize the sustainable exploitation of transitional minerals, ensuring economic benefit and environmental protections. Now we are moving on to the next submissions from Michelle Makina. Submission from Michelle Makina. Michelle, you're welcome.
Michelle? We cannot hear any sound from your end, ma'am.
Michelle, unmute your microphone.
We still cannot hear anything.
I think we have lost Michelle. Michelle, are you there?
You are right, moderator. We seem to have lost, I think, the submission. Perhaps we can go to another one as we're waiting for her to come back. Otherwise, I think she's no longer there.
Okay, thank you. We now move to the next presentation, next submission from Makaliki from SADC Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency. Makaliki, are you there? Makaliki.
A very good afternoon to everyone. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. My name is Cornelia Ipinge Selishevo. I'm standing in for Mr. Redley Makaliki. So we'll present the Water Energy Food Nexus demonstration projects that have been conducted at the SADC Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency. We'll go through just some background as well as the program and look at the project approach as well as the impact on the ground and the lessons learned. So the SADC Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency was established in 2015 by the SADC ministers responsible for energy with our key mandates to promote increased access to modern energy services as well as to increase or to improve the energy security across the SADC region. We serve all the 16 member states, and through this, through the promotion of market-based adoption of renewable energy, energy efficient technologies, as well as energy services. We are hosted by the government of the Republic of Namibia and with financial support from the Austrian Development Corporation, UNIDO, as well as the Global Network for Regional Sustainable Energy Centers. Our key area of interventions are energy policy, capacity building, knowledge management, and financing and investment. So with regards to this project that focuses on the water, energy, food nexus, it's funded by the European Union and implemented by the SADC Secretariat through the different regional institutions, where SACRI is one of them. And with the overall expected results to strengthen the SADC regional organizations in support of climate negotiations and climate actions, as well as implement the Paris Agreement and to also pilot adaptation projects regarding climate change. The key areas or approach for the water, energy, food nexus, looking at energy security, food security, as well as water security. And with this project, it has been implemented in 5 countries, and with the budget of 650,000 USD, United States dollars. And the project has been implemented through a period of 2 years, but of course was affected during the COVID pandemic. So this project that is implemented at SACRI is called Implementation of Livelihoods in SADC member states through the adoption of distributed renewable energy for productive use. And key objectives, the first one is to increase the access to clean and affordable renewable energy technologies. And the second is to promote climate change mitigation measures in rural communities. The third is to create economic opportunities, as well as empower women and youth in the selected member states. And the final one is to promote the integration of the water, energy, food nexus through the renewable energy powered, as well as the distributed renewable energy for productive use in environmentally sustainable framework, which the SADC SADC region has a framework on the water, energy, and food nexus. And the key outcomes is to increase energy, clean and affordable energy access to the livelihoods in these communities for productive use. So why this project? We have seen that within the SADC region, almost 50% of the residents do not have access to energy or electricity, and of this, which then is quite very low in the rural areas. And most of the communities depend on rain-fed agriculture, and also there's quite lack of awareness with regards to the distributed renewable energy uses for productive use, including its value chains, and as well as the lack of application of climate smart agriculture in terms of mitigating and adapting to climate change. So with this project, we have had other regional institutions, such as the Global Water Partnership Southern Africa, that deals on the water component, SACRI, where we looked at the energy component, and then CADESA, the Center for Coordination on Agricultural Research and Development for Southern Africa, that deals with the agricultural component. So it's quite important that all these themes are looked at and also coordinated at the different levels. But which is quite important is making sure that the coordination of these 3 sectors is well managed. And in terms of the project sites, where this project took place in, there are 5 countries as indicated: Angola, Botswana, Malawi, Namibia, and Zambia. The target initially, or one of the key targets, was looking along the Zambezi River, as well as for looking at also with consultations with the ministries responsible for energy, ministries responsible for agriculture, key areas that really needed the intervention of the WEF nexus. And some of the criteria that were looked at, as I indicated, aspects to do with the off-grid areas, land availability and usage, which is very much critical in terms of land ownership for such a project, the availability of water or water resources, group organizations or governance, and also the energy sources and technologies that could be made available. And with this project, it was very much important to make sure that all stakeholders were consulted and engaged throughout the process of the project to get the project buy-in, as well as to clarify any land allocation matters, and also to formulate structures as well as guidelines for the project, and also to make sure that we're both gender inclusive and also social inclusive. And with this, then a baseline was also conducted to make sure that the profile of the area and also the training needs or the needs for the projects were implemented. And with this project, activities that have then been undertaken is that there has been installation of solar-powered irrigation systems in 4 countries. We have also dealt with climate-smart agriculture through solar-powered drip irrigation. We've also conducted some or installed solar-powered water pumping systems in 3 countries for domestic use. And also different crops were grown in these different countries. And with also regards to water, we've also made water supply, clean water supply available for communities and for animals as well. And through this, we've also been discussions and trainings for the communities in terms of how to maintain and operate the installed systems. So these are just some of the pictures that we have put up here. The solar-powered solar PV panels installed on rooftops. And then we also have some women. This was in Botswana, where they were working on their garden, as well as a picture of when the project was handed over to the community, which also entailed different stakeholders, as well as as an example, in Botswana, the minister responsible for energy was present to hand over the project. So just to an update in terms of this, I spoke about the handover of this project sites to the communities. For Angola, the project was handed over last week, and for Namibia, it's currently planned for tomorrow, the 19th of October, 2023. And for the other 3 member states, the projects were handed over in June. And of course, it's very much important that with the different agricultural extension officers, that they still engage, and also the Ministry of Energy still engage in making sure that they are available to support this project on the ground as it continues in a sustainable manner, and making sure that we improve livelihoods. And the impacts that we have recorded to date, we have direct beneficiaries that are either the community members and also other members within the villages that have indirectly benefited, looking at the value chain. With also food security, some of these communities have got into partnership with different stakeholders in their communities, such as supplying of food or vegetables to lodges, as an example. And then there's also with this, the markets with productive agricultural produce, as well as solar energy for charging their phones, which is an example in Malawi for the solar kiosks. And of course, with indirect benefits that then have occurred within the adjacent communities. And some of the key lessons, there's really high national and community expectation for large-scale rollout of this project. This was only a demonstration project in these 5 countries, and we hope that with then more financial support, we could also implement in other member states and also show the importance of the Web Nexus framework in the SADC region. And there's also a lot of, there's also need for good coordination among different stakeholders, but also time to make sure that these engagements happen. And as indicated, the importance of making sure that the different departments, as well as institutions within the water, energy, and food nexus, looking also at cross-cutting issues are involved. And then another important one is capacity development, of strengthening the community members, that at least they are also able to manage and operate and maintain these systems for sustainability in terms of the long term, and which is very much important for also community structures to be available or to be set up, also that making sure that they are well structured and well managed. And then looking at these specific activities, we have looked at them, what are the key thematic issues of focus. Some of this question, we have picked out 3 questions, and in this way that then the Web Nexus really addresses the provision of clean and affordable energy, renewable energy sources, which is also then reducing the carbon dioxide footprint, and also access to clean and affordable water. It's also one component which is very much important, both for domestic use as well as agricultural use. And also the climate smart agriculture is very much important, making sure that also that water is optimized at the different levels through drip irrigation, and making sure that the value chain is very much looked at, and also not just for subsistence farming, but also to sell within their communities. And with these demonstrations, it's really important that as we continue showcasing this, that the benefits and the impacts on the community could then attract also further funding from donors or financial institutions, and then also making sure that these projects are scaled up in different member states, but also in terms of the scale. And then the last one is the engagement in terms of agricultural activities throughout the year, which then also increases food security, disposable income, which then assists in terms of livelihoods for these communities. So thank you very much. We'll end here.
Thank you very much for your submission. We now move to the next submission. I want to see if Michelle has joined us. Michelle. Okay. We're moving to the next submission from African Renaissance. Presenter from African. Presenter from African Renaissance. Esteem is not around. And Michelle also is not around. I want to see if Natalia Guatalisa is here around. Honorable Chairperson, we have done with all the submissions.
Madam MC, just check the comments in the chat from Michelle.
Michelle is having an internet problem. Honorable Chairperson, since you have received the submissions and the three presenters are not available, maybe we can continue with the deliberation for members. Honorable Chairperson, I'll hand over to you for any comment about this. You're welcome.
Is the Honorable Chair there? Or we have lost the Honorable Chair?
Honorable Chair is not available. We have lost him.
Maybe it's network problems from the Honorable Chair side.
Do we have the vice chair? Honorable Hawa? We are trying to contact the Honorable Chair. I hope we'll be able to get hold of him. But otherwise, he's offline. He's offline, you can see.
There is someone with a hand up.
It's me, Michelle.
Michelle, are you back?
Maybe Michelle is back now. She wants to. Moderator, you can check. I think it should be Michelle.
Yes. Michelle, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Apologies for the inconveniences. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Right. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michelle Chandokina. I am from Malawi. I work under Malawi Girl Organization in the Youth Advisory Panel for Plan International. I'm a youth advocate and policy making and implementation. I'm a certified policy analyst, and I work with young people and women in agriculture. I'm going to take you through my presentation today, honorable members and my fellow young people, on empowering young people and women in agriculture in Malawi. In Malawi, women hold up 52% of the national population, with a youth population which has 80% of the population and aged below 35. Malawi relies on agriculture for economic growth, as it contributes up to 30% of the gross domestic product, and 80% of the earnings go through exports. With all this contribution, women hold up 80% of the agriculture labor force in Malawi. In my key findings, regardless of the youth and women holding up a very higher percentage of the population, women and youth still suffer from land tenure and unequal distribution of agriculture inputs and technologies. Women hold land half the size of men, and young people still struggle to acquire land and resources for agriculture production and maximization. It just does not end there. 15% of young people are unemployed according to the International Labour Law, the 2017 report, and most of them do not hold a very high perspective of agriculture. And those who do not receive adequate financing for this agriculture practice. Young people and women are at a higher stake of suffering the major effects of climate change due to poor climate financing, especially those in agriculture smart initiatives. In the national agriculture policy of Malawi, the government made its commitment to support women and young people in agriculture financing and resources, and also contribute to the positive youth development, and the results of this are not yet to be seen. And this have, however, caused the gender gap, which cost up to 100 million US dollars, which is equivalent to 100 billion Malawi kwacha annually. And this has also led to food insecurity, leaving up to 238,000 people facing poverty annually. The increase of unemployment and unproductiveness of the youth in the nation is leading to declining of the national development and economic growth as the demographic dividend continues to increase. However, I'm therefore urging the SADC Parliament, together with the Malawi government and developmental partners, that they should work together to ensure that policies that are being put in place that are meant to support young women and youth in agriculture are to be implemented, especially those that focus on youth. There has to be increase in land and capital by women and for women and young people for agriculture practices and productivity. There also has to be an increase in budget allocation for youth and women for agriculture transformation. In addition to that, there has to be an increase of agriculture trainings for capacity building for young people, especially those that do not hold a higher perspective of agriculture and those that are into agriculture activities but yet do not have enough capacity. There also has to be a closing of gender gap through confronting the existing social norms which hinder women from accessing resources and finances for agriculture transformation. There also has to be a building capacity for women and youth to take part in agriculture value addition, cross-border trading, taking advantage of the African free trade, continental free trade area in order to contribute to their own personal well-being and the economic development of the country. To add on that, there has to be provision of climate-smart agriculture services to youth and young women so that they leverage the already opportunities that are there, and also using the Malawi National Climate-Smart Agriculture Policy that was adopted in 2012. In addition to that, closing demographic dividends through empowering young people in agriculture for employment and economic growth. Closing the gender gap through the equal distribution of agricultural resources and financing means accumulating over 100 million US dollars annually and elevating people from poverty and food insecurity through high exporting rates and same for employment of young people. Thank you very much. I submit.
Thank you. Thank you, Michelle.
ICT. ICT.
Manze. Hi. Manze.
Yes, I would see that the English presentation, I think.
You're cutting, Manze. Hi, Manze. Hello. Okay. Can the presenter kindly proceed?
Moderator, can you check if Michelle is still there?
Michelle? Michelle is not around.
Oh, she's done, yeah.
Yes. A submission from African Renaissance. Presenter from African Renaissance. Is not available.
I think we are being advised that Michelle concluded her submission. So perhaps, moderator, you may wish to proceed with the, you had already called the members for their comments, observations, inputs.
Yes. Honorable members, since you have received the submission, I now invite honorable members who wish to deliberate on submissions to do so. I'll give each member 3 minutes. Welcome, members. I don't see any hands from members.
That being the case, moderator, you may wish to hand over to the chair to make the concluding remarks.
Okay.
If he is back.
Yes. Honorable Chair, have you joined us? Honorable Chairperson, have you joined us? It seems he's not back. We have
Moderator,
a hand.
there is a hand from Angola, moderator.
Yes, sir.
There is a hand.
Welcome, Angola. Welcome, Angola.
Ter organizado esse convite de sessões e, sobretudo, esta sessão, comissão permanente.
Am I audible now? Am I audible?
Yes, yes, Honorable Chairperson.
All right, my apologies. I think I had lost my network.
Comissão que hoje está em paz. Queremos agradecer ao povo parlamentar ter conseguido organizar essas sessões e, sobretudo, agradecer várias preleções das acompanhações durante o dia, que são muito ricas e que era importante, se possível, compilar as várias comunicações para membros do fórum, como também outros membros que queiram participar não só na questão climática, na questão do turismo, na questão da própria agricultura e os temas importantes foram depois aqui desenvolvidos. Agradecemos a questão, e não temos estado também muito obrigado.
Through you, Chair.
Yes, please.
Honorable Chairperson.
Yes, Moderator.
Yes, we have received the submissions, and now we are proceeding with the deliberation from members. And the member from Angola was proceeding.
All right.
So, yes. Any hand from me?
There is a hand from Botswana there.
Welcome, Honorable from Botswana.
Through you, Chair. May I request, while we are still waiting for Honorable from Angola, may I request that the presentation which has been made be shared on our emails so that we can have some notes of that. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Observation taken on board, and I think the Secretariat is going to do the need.
Thank you. Any hand from members? Honorable Chairperson.
Yes, yes, Moderator.
It seems there's no more hands.
All right.
So
should I proceed with the concluding remarks?
Before I proceed, I have an announcement to member to stay behind for a briefing on the development of the 2024-2028 strategic plan of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. After the closing, behind for a briefing on development of the 2024-2028 strategic plan of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. I also announced that members were requested to complete the questionnaires at the meeting chat as it's seen. The questionnaire are available in 3 languages: English, French, and Portuguese. Honorable Chairperson, I now invite you to deliver the closing remarks and officially close the meeting. You are welcome.
Thank you very much for your job well done for today. And also I want to, first of all, I wish to express my gratitude to you members for being with us until the end of the presentations and submissions. It has been a hectic task indeed. My deeply felt gratitude also goes to the citizens and partner organizations for their well thought out submissions. It is also befitting that I extend my appreciation to the SADC-PF Secretariat for coordinating the successful convening of these public hearings. Ladies and gentlemen, I promise that the recommendations made would be translated into a program of action for implementation by SADC-PF. Before I close this session, may I remind our citizens that we shall appreciate other submissions for the next year's public hearings, as their opinions and suggestions will help SADC-PF to achieve its mandate. At this juncture, honorable members and ladies and gentlemen, I wish to officially close this meeting and wish you all good health until we meet again next year. I thank you very much. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. May the Secretariat remain behind for a brief. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite the consultants for a briefing on development of 2028 strategic plan of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, if they are available, the consultants.